Chapter 35-35. Within a shattered valley in the southbound realm, Lu Yin retrieved the karmic spiral. He still could not see anything. This was one of the 7 karmic lands. Logically speaking, it should have allowed him to see something just like the intent domain, but he could not see anything. He had been able to see it in the intent domain because he had forcefully blocked Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven. Could it be related to this? Several months had passed since the announcement that Xianxia was going to take over, and Old Tao and the others were about to arrive. However, Lu Yin still had not learned anything. Every day, besides trying to use the karmic spiral, he looked at Fengbu's portrait and tried to deduce the truth. However, he had to wait for the 9th spirit. Besides this, he also did something else, which was to learn the Heaven's Hand Sourcebox Array, Scroll 16. The 2 Origin Array Heavenly Masters were miserable. They were forced by Lu Yin to set up Scroll 16 every day, and their hair had turned white. Third Master, we've tried our best. It's too difficult. Third Master, please spare us. No matter how powerful that sourcebox array was, it was still broken by you. A broken sourcebox array is no longer a threat. Third Master, please let us go. Lu Yin frowned. Continue. Scroll 16 sourcebox array. The finger sitting alone on the mountain rock with its back facing Lu Yin was very powerful. Although its power was about the same as the ancient sword, it felt different, especially since it was a humanoid sourcebox with a murderous aura. How could Lu Yin miss out on such a sourcebox array? The spiritualized universe's lock-breaking development had also far surpassed the Tianyuan universes, and the one that had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the public sourcebox array. He did not know how it had been done. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind. And now, Scroll 16 piqued his interest regardless of whether it was its power or its name. Scroll 16. Could it be the 16th? Were there 15 sourcebox arrays in front of it? His eyes lit up. So then where were these sourcebox arrays? The Su Master Dao had never mentioned this before. Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Su Master Dao. Oh no, still no. This old guy had decided not to contact him. He continued. After a few days, the Su Master Dao finally answered. What is it? Have you heard of Scroll 16? The Su Master Dao was taken aback. Scroll 16? Not Scroll 15? Lu Yin's brows. Scroll 15? Scroll 16. The two simultaneously thought of the same thing. Where's Scroll 16? Heavenly Hand Southbound World, Scroll 15. I've been to the Zhikong domain before. I saw a strange spirit treasure array called Scroll 15. That old guy told you? Of course not. That old guy didn't say anything. He was competing with that old guy for Ming Chuan. Unfortunately, Ming Chuan lost. The 16th scroll was in the Heaven's Hand and the 15th scroll was in the Intellicong domain. So there really was one. Furthermore, the Intellicong domain and the Heaven's Hand were connected to each other. Could the 16th scroll of the Heaven's Hand have come from the Intellicong domain? How is the power of Scroll 16? Master Su was curious. Lu Yin described the 16th scroll to Su Sherdao, which made Su Sherdao's heart itch. Learn it quickly and show it to me. Interesting, a humanoid spiritual treasure with murderous intent. It's rare. Where's Volume 15? I don't know. I didn't go into the Wisdom Sky domain. I only sensed a strange numinous treasure formation. Ming Chuan also mentioned it. I wanted to test it out, but I was stopped by that generation's protector. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The protector of Elder Yu's generation? Master Su grunted. Every generation in the Intellicong domain has a protector. This generation's protector is Mr. Li. That generation's protector was named Yi Go, but he's already dead. Are you sure he's dead? It's impossible. How old is Elder Yu? Even if he sealed himself in ice, he might not have been able to survive for that long. You should know that Yi Ji's seniority is much higher than Yu Sangtian's, and he's probably close to the ultimate peak. If he's not dead, then he's an eternal life realm cultivator. That's impossible. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The spiritualized universe had developed for much longer than the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, they would not have been able to scheme against the Tianyuan universe. The humans of the Tianyuan universe had originated from the primogenitor, and the spiritualized universe had originated from the ultimate peak grass grandmaster, who had existed long before the primogenitor. If the people of that era wanted to survive, they had to reach the eternal life realm. Volume 16, Volume 15. Do you think that there's a sequence? Lu Yin asked. Master Su replied, there's no need to test me. I don't know. You're the #1 spiritual treasure heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not believe him. Master Su was speechless. That's the truth, and I had my doubts back then. Volume 15. The name sounds too much like a sequence, but there's no such sequence in the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, why couldn't I find it? I searched for a period of time, but there was no news, so I just let it go. I didn't expect Volume 16 to appear now. I feel like I've discovered something. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If there's such a sequence, then it's troublesome. Master Su laughed strangely. It's not troublesome, it's frightening. Who was the one who created this kind of numinous treasure array formation? Even if someone did, where did so many of them come from? Even if there were so many, how could an existence like Master Su not detect them? This was indeed a frightening conjecture. Could it be the Royal God Mountain? Lu Yin asked. Master Su was solemn. You encountered something, right? What do you think? It's very strange and I can't understand it. It's as if, it doesn't seem to be a spiritual treasure array, Master Su continued. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What's going on? Master Su shook his head. When I encountered Master Su for the first time, I had the same feeling. I wanted to spar with him many times to discuss spiritual treasures, but he rejected me. Do you know why Master Su was able to join the Spiritual Treasure Association and become a heavenly master? I helped him cheat. Lu Yin was not surprised. You cheated too. It doesn't matter, so I don't really care about the fight for Sang Tian's position with Meng Sang. Everyone is cheating and it's just a matter of who has the better method. Master Su did not care. I thought I could see Master Su's method through Master Su. Unfortunately, he didn't learn anything and barely reached the level of a heavenly master. His temperament is not good. So you didn't stop me from dealing with him, Lu Yin said. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized, old man, you're really cunning. He understood that Master Su did not stop Lu Yin from dealing with Master Su not because he could not interfere. This old man did not care about cheating and his reputation. He wanted to use Master Su to deal with Master Su, just like how Heaven's Hand used Lu Yin to deal with the other experts. Su Shidao laughed complacently. You were the one who killed and waited, I didn't force you. What does it have to do with me? Furthermore, you also retaliated by forcing me to stand out and help Sang Tian, disrupting my peaceful life. Lu Yin was not angry as this matter had nothing to do with Master Su. Furthermore, Master Su was also what he wanted to do. In the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin used the Dai's 6 pips and had foresight. But in the spiritualized universe he was passive everywhere. Even if he could gain the upper hand occasionally and find out the secrets, he could not change the situation. Master Su did not even need to scheme against him as he could achieve his goal. This was the situation. He was not exactly using him but just going with the flow. Master Su's expression was solemn. Master Su's methods. Scroll 16 and Scroll 15 are hiding something. I can't find it, so I can only rely on you. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. He had to go to Imperial God Mountain. Perhaps Scroll 16 had something to do with it. But Scroll 15 was in the Wisdom Sky region. Was it a problem with the Wisdom Sky region or Imperial God Mountain? He did not want to think about it. He would deal with them one by one. Eventually he would have to clash with these powers. He would study Scroll 16 first. A huge battleship sailed slowly towards the spiritualized universe within a square inch of space. On the battleship the cultivators were silent. All of them stayed in their own quarters, not daring to leave. Only 2 people stood on the deck. One was 5 meters tall, and his every movement carried an unparalleled aura. Even if he just stood there quietly, no one dared to approach him. The pressure was immense. The other was a woman. Her beauty was unparalleled and she carried a hint of sacredness. She held a wine gourd in her hand, looking half drunk and half awake. They were Wu Huang and the 9th spirit. It's almost the day of the spirit sacrifice. How nostalgic. The feeling of home. The 9th spirit leaned against the side of the ship, sipping her wine. Her face was rosy. Nearby, Wu Huang said coldly, "What a waste of time. The consciousness universe knows about the day of the spirit sacrifice as well. That's why they set up such a trap. We have nothing to gain." The 9th spirit laughed. "Why do you care so much? Didn't we also catch a 13 heavenly phenomenon? Can't compare to Wu Wei," Wu Huang said solemnly. The ninth spirit looked below the deck. Speaking of which, the 13 heavenly phenomenon are all at the starry sky level. But the difference in power between them is huge. Wei left the previous revered Qi helpless. If not for his injuries, the revered Qi would not have been able to capture him. This is much easier. We can catch him. It's the same for those who have passed the bitter disaster level in our universe. What's the use of that Meng Sang and Bao Qi? If not for you Sang Tian, they could not have become Sang Tian. Wu Huang was unhappy. The ninth spirit said, if not for you Sang Tian, that Miao Huang might have become Sang Tian. Kiki. At the mention of Miao Huang, Wu Huang's eyes flashed with killing intent. I'll kill him when I get back. Help me deal with the thought immortal while you're at it. The ninth spirit was vexed. Wu Huang looked at the ninth spirit. A few decades ago, Yi Sang Tian and the others were about to invade the Tianyuan universe, but were stopped midway. I'm curious as to what happened. The ninth spirit put down her wine gourd. Her eyes flashed as she looked ahead. I'm curious too. That's why I rushed back early. The Tianyuan universe is not easy to deal with. Can the primordial origin really suppress the cultivation progress of the Tianyuan universe? Not just the primordial origin. The Tianyuan universe also cooperates with our spiritualized universe. It's the eternal tribe. Eternal tribe? Who can be eternal in this world? They're even more famous than eternal life. She looked at Wu Huang. Actually, I'm most curious about that old salamander from the 10,000 Beasts border. That old guy has lived for too long. He's just a coward, Wu Huang said disdainfully. The ninth spirit took a sip of wine. If the position of Sang Tian is vacant, who do you think can take it? Wu Huang's eyes flashed. My 10,000 Beasts border. Chapter 35-36. The ninth spirit's lips curled beautifully. Not necessarily. The sky's hand has been eyeing this position. Yinan is not weak. Wu Huang frowned. If the sky's hand dares to fight, the 10,000 Beasts border will destroy him. The ninth spirit thought about it. That's right. There are too many experts in the 10,000 Beasts border. Let's not even talk about the three-headed death who fought for Sang Tian's position. There are already several experts who are qualified to compete for Sang Tian's position. Wu Huang smiled domineeringly. As long as the Sang Tian position is vacant, it will be ours. He did not tell the ninth spirit that before the consciousness universe, he had made a deal with the old salamander. Once the Sang Tian position was vacant, the old salamander would help the 10,000 Beasts border fight for it. Although the old man was afraid of death, he was very strong. He could easily kill one or two experts for the 10,000 Beasts border. In the spiritualized universe, there were few who could fight for the Sang Tian position, and even fewer who dared to compete with the 10,000 Beasts border. Wu Huang's name was enough to intimidate some. Unless the position of Sang Tian became vacant before the guardian spirit, some old fellows couldn't help but take action. Otherwise, the 10,000 Beast territory would definitely obtain the position. Southbound Old Tao and the rest finally arrived. They were not as fast as Lu Yin and had only just arrived. To Lu Yin's surprise, Qing Yun and Qing Shao had not run. Perhaps they had not run because Old Tao and the rest were watching. But the Star Toad had not run, which surprised Lu Yin. The Star Toad's face was jubilant, his golden skin glowing in the light. Run? Why should we run? I am from the Dayu Villa. Lu Yin smiled. Smart. If you had run, you would have become the enemy of the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. These words sent a chill down the Star Toad's spine, and he hurried to express his position. You dare to destroy the ninth spirit's valley? That's too much. Qing Yun arrived and saw the mess in the valley. He was furious. Old Tao barked, "Shut up. What's with your attitude? This is the master of the mythological place. He's our master." Qing Yun glared at Lu Yin. Qing Shao tugged at Qing Yun's sleeve. "Sister, keep your voice down. We can't beat them." He admitted defeat. Previously he had been yelling at Lu Yin to take Qing Yun away. Now he felt that it was better to wait for the ninth spirit to return. He had seen what had happened to the perception immortal. Even the ninth spirit would find it difficult to keep the perception immortal, but this person had actually captured the perception immortal. Lu Yin did not mind. When the ninth spirit returns, I will apologize to her. It was not intentional. Qing Yun glared at Lu Yin and moved away from him. Come here. Qing Yun was furious. Come here, he said calmly. Qin Yun didn't want to go, but she was pulled over by Ru Mu. Lu Yin raised his hand. Qin Yun gritted her teeth and glared at him for a long time before finally placing her hand in his. Master, congratulations. You are invincible in the spiritualized universe, Ru Mu praised. Lu Yin looked at Ru Mu. Tell me about the Royal God Mountain, especially the situation with the spiritual treasure Dao. Numinous treasure Dao? Call it home? Ru Mu was shocked. Lu Yin nodded. Ru Mu did not hesitate and told him everything she knew about the Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin held Qin Yun's hand and studied her body as he listened to Ru Mu talk about the Royal God Mountain. Before him, the two spiritual treasure heavenly masters were still setting up Scroll 16. Days passed like this. He was waiting for the ninth spirit to return. Fengbu's portrait flew with the wind, constantly reminding Lu Yin that there was a connection. On the other side, in the 100 Herb domain, the people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa had almost all left. There was no need to monitor them and they could not beat them. Even if Xianxia had said that they would attack the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not be the first to die. The Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, even without the third master, surpassed any of the 7 major powers. If the third master was included, no one knew how many people would die in the spiritualized universe. They did not want to be the first to die. With no one monitoring, the 100 Herb domain returned to its former bustling state. Many cultivators came to search for herbs, and many others wanted to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. These people were arranged to stay in the 100 Herb domain, waiting for Lu Yin to return before deciding who could join and who could not. The change in the outside world's attitude towards Wujiang was not seen most clearly by Lu Yin or Wujiang's people. Instead, it was Yu Shan who had been hung on a tree at the bow of Wujiang's ship. When he had first been hung there, people had come to see him every day, especially the women. They had all said bad things about Wujiang and comforted him, telling him what had happened outside. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to see him. It was not that the women did not want to come, but that most had been grounded by their families and could not enter the 100 Herb domain. Some had even changed their attitude towards the third master. What disgusted Yu Shan the most was that one of the women had blamed him for causing trouble for the Dayu Mountain Villa. She had hoped that he could put aside his differences with the third master and obtain his forgiveness. This truly disgusted Yu Shan. Yu Shan was unable to predict the development of the situation. He originally thought that he would not be hung here for long, that Realm Beyond Heaven would definitely take action. He originally thought that the boundless expanse would be destroyed quickly. He originally thought that there would be a lot more, but he was wrong. The boundless expanse was fine, and that third head was known to be invincible. If Xianxia did not appear, no one would be his opponent. The people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa were gone, and the people inside the villa began to leave without fear. They did not even care if they violated the rules, and no one dared to act against the people of the Dayu Mountain Villa. This was the first time Yu Shan had experienced what it meant to be helpless. He had been able to destroy a domain by himself because he had Yu Xianxia behind him. But now no one could help him. How could this be? In front of him, Bian Ji and Yan Xiang walked past with Bian Xiaoxiao. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant. Geniuses, Yu Block and the others had all left Wujiang, so they did not have to worry about the outside world. If someone really wanted to deal with them, then hiding in Wujiang would be useless. This meant that the entire spiritualized universe had begun to surround Wujiang. Ba Lu and Yi Yao walked past with the sentient kitten in their arms. They glanced at Yu Shan and then disappeared hand in hand. He wrapped Seven in a blanket and slowly crawled to the edge of Wujiang. He seemed to want to leave, but after some thought he turned back. He had nowhere else to go in Wujiang, so there was no reason for him to leave. The Tianyuan army, the users of the black energy source and the large mechas all walked out and scattered outside Wujiang, spreading towards the 100 Herb region. The spiritualized universe's skies were beginning to change. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin finally learned Scroll 16. The main problem was that the two heavenly masters of spiritual treasures had been too slow to set it up, and this was under the premise that they had experienced it once before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set it up in a few years or even decades. Lu Yin quickly learned Scroll 16 through their setup. He used the power lines as killing intent and set it up within Jade Sky Palace. The Jade Sky Palace now had an additional source box array. Lu Yin had originally thought that he could wait in the valley for the ninth spirit to return. But on this day a piece of news came that forced him to leave the southbound realm. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he sat on the pole. Ba Lu and Yi Yao had died in Hundred Herb region. This news forced Lu Yin to return to Hundred Herb region, and it also shook the spiritualized universe. Ba Lu and Yi Yao had originally been minor characters who were not worth paying attention to. Even if they had broken the rules, many people thought that they had been used by the Dayu Villa. They were not the main point, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. The Dayu Villa was not protecting them, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. But now that they were dead, the significance was different. This was especially so when Lu Yin had just conquered Spatial Abyss and Southbound Realm. His reputation was at its peak, and dying at this time was equivalent to provoking Lu Yin. Who would be so bold? Countless eyes in the spiritualized universe were drawn to Hundred Herb region once again. Ever since the Dayu Villa had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe's view had changed along with the villa. Lu Li headed towards the Hundred Herb region at an extremely fast speed. Along the way no one spoke, until they reached Hundred Herb region. Hundred Herb region was very far away from Wujiang. It was almost at the border of Hundred Herb region, and Yuan Qi stood on the ground with a gloomy expression. He was surrounded by the Tian Yuan army. Lu Yin arrived and saw Ba Lu and Yi Yao's corpses. They had been crushed to death by a huge force and there were no signs of any other attacks. These two were at most at the level of a spirit progenitor, and crushing them to death was neither easy nor difficult. The kitten was also dead, but it was a life form from the consciousness universe, so its corpse had not been left behind. I've searched but there are no traces. It's just pure strength and I can't find any clues. Yuan Qi's tone was gloomy. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were his disciples, and even though Lu Yin had forced him to take them in, he had taught them well during this period of time. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This place was rather far from Wujiang, which was why he had been able to silently kill these two. If he had approached Wujiang, Yuan Qi would have been able to sense it. Unfortunately, the progenitor was in seclusion, and unless someone stepped into Wujiang, he would not be able to monitor the entire Hundred Herb region. To be able to kill these two meant that the attacker was not weak, but that did not mean that they were very strong. The main thing was that they had caught them off guard and suppressed their aura. Strength? Lu Yin's first thought was the myriad beasts border. Very few humans could rely on strength alone to easily kill a spirit progenitor while suppressing their aura. The difference was too great, and only the spiritual molts of the beasts in the myriad beasts border could do it. Spirit progenitors who were adept at strength could do it, and it would be even easier if they were at the spiritual realm. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's fingertip, but karma was useless against the dead. Who is that person? There was another corpse not too far away, and it was even more miserable than Ba Lu and Yi Yao's. All that was left of it were bone fragments, and the ground was stained red by a mixture of flesh and blood. This was the center of the suppression, and no matter how one looked at it, both Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected. From the looks of it, the attacker might not have been targeting Ba Lu and Yi Yao but rather that person. Luo Shan went to investigate, Yuan Qi said. He could naturally see that Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected, but that was not important. The attacker had dared to kill them without any regard for their well-being, which was no different from directly attacking them. Not long after Luo Shan arrived. The other person who died is called Yu Qing. He was a cultivator who wanted to join the Dayu Villa half a year ago. You wanted to join the Dayu Villa? Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the person. Was it a vendetta? Anyone who wanted to join the Dayu Villa would have been forced into a corner, or else they would not have taken the risk of starting a war with the entire spiritualized universe. It's obvious that Ba Lu and Yi Yao were affected, and the attacker's target was Yu Qing, Luo Shan said. Chapter 35-37. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. One wanted to join the Dayu Villa and the other two already did, but they were all killed in the Hundred Herb territory. That person is looking down on us. I want to know who is so bold. The Dayu Villa had not been in the spiritualized universe for long, and they did not have their own intelligence network. There were many things that they could not find out. However, Lu Yin had his own ways. Regardless of whether it was the Gate of Arts, the Zhikong territory, or other intelligence organizations like Heaven's Hand, he could find them all and get them to investigate this matter. If someone was forced to join the Dayu Villa, then this person would definitely be famous. Half a year later, the Gate of Arts and the Zhikong territory did not provide the information that Lu Yin wanted. This was strange. That Yu Qing was only at the level of the spirit progenitor, so why couldn't the 7 major powers find out? For this reason Lu Yin deliberately talked to foolish old and Zhang Ming, but the results were that they could not find anything. According to them, there were too many cultivators in the spiritualized universe, and as long as they were not too famous, it would not be easy to find out. Master, I found him. Rumu suddenly came over. Lu Yin was surprised. Yu Qing. Rumu nodded and smiled. This Yu Qing is not simple. Our royal god mountain spent a lot of effort to find him. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to let her speak, and he asked curiously, Royal God Mountain is willing to help me investigate? Rumu said, not for you but for me. I'm still a member of the Ru family and I have some status in Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin looked deeply at Rumu. Speak. Rumu's expression was serious. Yu Qing is from the Grand Universe Territories 4-Horse Merchant Association. He is the nephew of the association's president Yu Ting. He is in charge of transportation in the 4-Horse Merchant Association, and his status is not low. That's all the information that the Royal God Mountain has gathered. As for why he joined the Dayu Villa and who killed him, we haven't been able to find anything even after several months of investigation. Otherwise we would have told the master a few months ago. Lu Yin raised his brows. How long did it take you to find out Yu Cheng's identity? Rumu said, less than a month. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Royal Divine Mountain had been able to track down the Yueqing in less than a month, but neither the Gate of Techniques nor the Jikong domain had been able to. This was interesting. Because Zhang Yan was under Lu Yin's control, the Gate of Techniques had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Yin at times. However, there were certain rules to this cooperation. For example, when it came to matters like this, they could say that they couldn't find anything even if they wanted to. Lu Yin couldn't do anything to them, and it was fine as long as everyone was aware of this. Lu Yin did not treat himself as the master of the Door of Techniques, and he did not expect them to give him an answer unless it was something major. However, it was strange that Jikong domain couldn't find anything. Elder Yu had repeatedly said that he wanted to cooperate with him, so why couldn't a small Yu Qing find out his identity? Either the intelligence void domain was just a facade and did not have any control over the spiritualized universe, or they were unwilling to tell him. Logically speaking, it should not have been difficult to investigate Yu Cheng's identity, and the School of Arts should not have offended Lu Yin over something like this and made him distrust them. However, they had not been able to find out anything. Lu Yin then thought about the results from the Intellicong domain and he looked at Rumu. Is this 4-horse trading firm not ordinary? Rumu praised, Master is smart. The 4-horse trading firm is not ordinary. How is it not ordinary? Lu Yin was curious. Perhaps he now knew why the School of Arts and Jikong domain had not told him. Rumu thought about it. How should I put it? Master, you should know that because Yi Shangsheng's position as Sang Tian, the Grand Domain trading firm under his control became the spiritualized universe's main trading firm. All transactions with the realm beyond heaven have to go through the Grand Domain trading firm. Lu Yin knew this. In the 37 years that he had traveled back in time, when the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tianyuan universe and fought against Yi Shangtian for the first time, he had heard of the Grand Domain trading firm's name and was not surprised. With Shangtian's status, it would not be difficult for him to dominate the entire spiritualized universe's trading firm. However, the 4-horse trading firm is an exception. All of its transactions are independent of the Grand Domain trading firm, and they are only responsible to Yu Shangtian, Rumu explained. Lu Yin was shocked. Why? Rumu shook her head. I don't know. Can't Royal God Mountain find out? They don't dare to. Royal God Mountain will not touch any information that involves Yu Shangtian, even if they can find out. Lu Yin called Yuan Qi over and asked him about the 4-horse trading firm. Yuan Qi was confused. What's the 4-horse trading firm? Rumu explained, the 4-horse trading firm has not been around for long. Senior Yuan Qi went to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago, so naturally you don't know about it. Lu Yin called Old Tao over. Do you know about the 4-horse trading firm? Old Tao blurted out, the Yu family's 4-horse trading firm. Master, are you looking for trouble with the 4-horse trading firm again? Lu Yin said lightly, tell me what you know about the 4-horse trading firm. Old Tao's face was bitter. Master, the 4-horse trading firm has nothing to do with us. Why are we looking for trouble with them? That will be troublesome. Lu Yin asked. More troublesome than dealing with Wills and Xianxia? Old Tao smiled. Not really, but it's close. After all, it involves Yu Xianxia and the Gate of Techniques. Lu Yin and Ru Mu were shocked, and so was Yuan Qi. The four-horse trading firm involves the Gate of Techniques? Old Tao nodded and let out a long breath. He said solemnly, we all know that the spiritualized universe has the 10 base sequences and the 88 sequence methods. Many powerhouses rely on the sequence methods to advance, and the 10 base sequences are more important than the sequence methods. The 10 base sequences are created by the Gate of Techniques. In order to create the 10 base sequences, not only do you need the sequence particles, but you also need some special materials. The four-horse trading firm is responsible for finding these materials and sending them to Beyond Heaven, where they will then send them to the Gate of Techniques. This is a trading firm that is independent of the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce. They do not participate in power struggles and are only responsible for trading these special materials because they only have to answer to Yu Xianxia. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Old Tao said, "Don't look at me like that. This is all information from the Heaven's Hand. As the former Heaven's Hand number 4, I have seen a lot of information. Although the four-horse trading firm is important, it is not too secret. After all, it is just a trading firm and does not involve Sang Tian's level. However, although it does not involve Sang Tian's level, it will still be very troublesome for anyone who wants to touch the four-horse trading firm. After all, if they touch the creation of the sequence foundations, not only will the Gate of Techniques but also Beyond Heaven take action." Old Tao recalled, I remember that the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce once had the idea of merging the four-horse trading firm, but nothing happened after that. That was Yi Sang-Tian's trading firm. Yuan Qi was shocked. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations can be found by a trading firm? That's impossible. Old Tao replied, Senior, you have been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, so you are not sure. Before the four-horse trading firm appeared, it was indeed impossible. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations are very special. They come from various regions of the spiritualized universe and come from various cultivators. There are conflicts between the major powers, but ever since the four-horse trading firm appeared, these materials have been taken away by them for some unknown reason. In short, the four-horse trading firm is very important, very important. Lu Yin now understood why the Gate of Techniques had not told him about Yu Qing. The four-horse trading firm was related to the Gate of Techniques, so it was impossible for them not to know about Yu Qing. The Zhikong domain also cared about the sequence foundations, so they had not told Lu Yin about Yu Qing's identity. They were afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for the four-horse trading firm. Yuan Qi still did not understand how a trading firm could find these materials. If it could really be done, the creation of the sequence foundations would be completely different from what he had imagined. Would it still be a 10-base sequence? How many sequence foundations did the Gate of Techniques have? It was definitely not as simple as he thought. He could not help but remind Lu Yin, Master Lu, if the problem of the materials can be solved, the creation of the sequence foundations will be very fast. Ru Mu said, but if the problem of the sequence particles cannot be solved, there will not be so many spiritual powerhouses on the verge of death. Yuan Qi did not refute. He and Lu Yin both knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe, but they did not know how many sequence precept-level powerhouses there were in the Royal God Mountain. That was also a universe. Although it was very small, under Yu Sang-Tian's countless years of control, the number of sequence precept-level powerhouses born would not be too small. The two problems of materials and sequence precept-level powerhouses were solved. How many sequence foundations could there be? Yuan Qi did not even dare to think about it. Fortunately, the four-horse trading firm had not appeared for long. No matter how fast the creation of the sequence foundations was, there was only one Gate of Techniques, and it would not be too far away from what he had previously known. Lu Yin was glad that he had come to the spiritualized universe now. If he had come any later, it would not have been the 10-base sequence foundation on the surface, but the 20-base sequence foundation or even more. He thought of the cauldron bell, the landscape map, and the other sequence foundations. They might not be very useful against someone at his level, but how many people in the Tianyuan universe could reach his level? With so many sequence foundations, he could easily sweep them all away. Lu Yin and Yuan Qi looked at each other. It seems that we have to look for the four-horse trading firm. If I don't do anything because I'm afraid of the four-horse chamber of commerce, then everything I've done before will have been for naught. Moreover, he paused for a moment. I want to see if the four-horse chamber of commerce is Xiang Heaven's bottom line. Although Yuan Qi did not want to face Xianxia directly, Lu Yin was right. Daoist Villa had just made a name for itself and no one dared to monitor it. If they did not pursue this matter, everything they had done before would become a joke, and it would help the four-horse trading firm instead. If the Royal God Mountain could find out about the four-horse trading firm, the other forces could do so as well. The four-horse trading firm represented Beyond Heaven, and Daoist Villa did not dare pursue this matter because they were afraid of Beyond Heaven. Although Lu Yin's combat strength was almost unrivaled among spiritualized beings, and he had also shown an attitude that he did not fear Xianxia, if he did not pursue this matter, the attitude he had shown would become fake. He would forever be stuck at Xianxia's level. For himself, the four-horse trading firm might be the first time he would face Xianxia face-to-face after 37 years in reverse. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Master, may I ask if we are certain that the 8 willows and Yao were killed by the four-horse trading firm? Yuan Qi replied, we are not certain. Old Tao said, actually we cannot rule out the possibility that someone is manipulating us. The Heaven's Hand has been doing it before and we have just dealt with the Heaven's Hand. Could this matter be related to the Thousand Gates Faidu? Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. What are you trying to say? Chapter 35-38. Old Tao glanced at Lu Yin and quietly suggested, although the Four-Horse Association isn't easy to deal with, our Daoist Villa is even more so. They even dared to carve words for the Extreme Palace, so why wouldn't Master dare? Furthermore, the battles at Jianyuan and Southbound Realm have established Master's reputation. No matter how powerful the Four-Horse Association is, do you think that Xianxia will protect them personally? That's why I'm guessing that the Four-Horse Association won't dare to face Master. We'll do what we did before and swagger around. The entire spiritualized universe will know that we're looking for trouble with the Four-Horse Association, so they'll definitely think of a way to deal with us. They definitely won't be able to beat us in a fight, so the only way is to help us find the murderer who killed the 8 willows in Yao. That saves us a lot of trouble. Rumu was puzzled. What if the Four-Horse Association really did it? Old Tao was fierce. Then we won't say anything. Just deal with them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are you that worried about clashing with the Four-Horse Association? Old Tao blinked. No, isn't that saving us a lot of trouble? Rumu smiled faintly. According to what you've said, there are only 2 possible outcomes. 1. Sima Commerce escapes. 2. Sima Commerce finds a scapegoat. Moreover, it's a scapegoat that can convince us. Regardless of the situation, we don't need to face them head-on. Senior Old Tao, am I right? Old Tao was solemn. You're underestimating the Four-Horse Association's abilities. They can definitely help us find the murderer. Even if they can't, Beyond Heaven and the Gate of Arts will find a way to help them. They want to protect the Four-Horse Association. Lu Yin stood up. It's decided. Everyone looked at him. Lu Yin looked into the distance. We won't alarm anyone and will look for the Four-Horse Association. Yuan Qi exhaled. They were looking for the Four-Horse Association not just for the 8 willows and Yao, but also for Xianxia. Old Tao's reminder had been timely, and it had eliminated the possibility of the Four-Horse Association escaping. Old Tao's expression turned bitter. Master, I can't figure it out. Why are you so willing to find trouble with them? Where is the Four-Horse Association? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao coughed. The Grand Haven. Yuan Qi was surprised. Xianxia? Didn't they say that they weren't annexed by the Haven? The association's Four-Horse Association, but with the Four-Horse Association because it's convenient for them to do business, they're in the Haven. Four-Horse Association with the Four-Horse Association not to the Haven, it's because it is at it with the Haven. The Four-Horse Association's association is with the Haven. Every year, apart from the materials found by the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, many of them also appear in the Grand Commons. The Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce can purchase many special materials there. B. 2. Old Tao said, Xianxia's main Chamber of Commerce covers the entire spiritualized universe and indirectly covers all the parallel universes that are connected to the spiritualized universe. It's not realistic to just allocate resources in the Grand Universal region. This leads to the idea of using regional allocation as the core. The parallel universes will allocate resources to the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe will then allocate resources to the 36 regions. Finally, through the 36 regions, they will be transferred to the Grand Universal region. The Haven can gather the entire spiritualized universe's resources. There are simply too many of them. The Four-Horse Trade Consortium will be able to find the materials needed to create the sequence foundation from these resources. Of course, they won't be able to find them in the Grand Universal Domain, but rather they will be able to find them in the 36 domains. This is the authority granted to the Four-Horse Trade Consortium by Beyond Heaven. There are 5 dispatching chambers of commerce in the 36 domains. All the spiritualized universe's resources will be sent to the Grand Universal Domain through these 5 dispatching chambers of commerce. Before that, the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce can look for materials to create the sequence base from the resources of these 5 chambers of commerce. This is also one of the sources of materials for the sequence base. There are people from Four-Horse Association in all 5 merchant associations. There were many resources in the spiritualized universe's parallel spacetime continuums. If they were all gathered in the Haven, it would be difficult for the Haven to handle these resources. It would be too messy. If these resources were distributed one by one, it would be easy for them to reach the Haven in an orderly manner. There would also be fewer cultivators protecting the resources, which would make it easier to manage. When Four-Horse Association arranged for people to go to the merchant associations in the 36 regions, it would also be easy to find the materials to make the sequence foundation. The difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe was that they were unified. The Tianyuan universe was too chaotic, and Lu Yin had wasted a lot of time searching for resources throughout the Tianyuan universe to create energy sources and mechas. He had encountered many cultivators along the way who had tried to rob him. Although he had not personally dealt with these matters, it did not mean that they did not exist. In the spiritualized universe, such matters would not occur. It would make it easier to unify the resources to Beyond Heaven. Yuan Qi sighed. When I was still around, the spiritualized universe's merchant associations were not completely unified. They were scattered everywhere, and if you wanted to find resources, you had to search the entire spiritualized universe. Old Tao said, "Now you just have to go to the Haven and you can find even the rarest resources there. There's no need to waste time and energy running all over the spiritualized universe." Yi Sangtian has contributed a lot to the spiritualized universe in terms of resources. There's also the Wisdom Sky Region's methods. Lu Yin was certain. Old Tao did not know about this. Many things had the Wisdom Sky Region's influence behind them, but one could only see it clearly when one reached a certain height. If Master wants to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, then there's an opportunity right now. It won't attract any attention and you'll definitely be able to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, Old Tao said. Lu Yin stared at him. You're not still thinking of ways to avoid clashing with the Four-Horse Merchant Association, are you? Old Tao laughed dryly. I wouldn't dare. After Master's decision, I'll follow the Dayu Villa's will. I can only be at your beck and call and share your burdens. Rumu laughed. Yuan Qi looked at Old Tao. This was a talent. Speak. Old Tao's expression trembled. I just said that the spiritualized universe's resources will be centralized in the Haven. Before the Haven, there were 5 merchant associations in the 36 filaments. It's not easy to become a merchant association, as many resources will pass through the merchant association's hands. Some resources can even be purchased by the merchant association themselves, which means that they have the priority to purchase the entire spiritualized universe's resources. This is a lucrative position and it's not only useful to the merchant association, but it's also useful to others. Thus, there are many merchant associations vying for these 5 positions. The merchant association's positions change once every 20 years, and we can use this opportunity to compete for them. Four-Horse Merchant Association will definitely have important figures present, and they might even interfere with the Merchant Association's affairs and allow the other merchant associations to succeed. This way we won't be exposed. You want us to compete for the Merchant Association's position. There's no need. The 100 Herb Domain already has its own merchant association, and it was once a merchant association when it was flourishing. However, as it declined, it lost all hope of competing for this position. We can use this opportunity, Old Tao said. The 100-herb domain had once flourished, but it had declined due to Zhou Xian's words. It had practically become a cultivation desert and no one dared to come here anymore. Especially with Zhou Xian keeping an eye on it, the 100-herb domain had become a forbidden zone for cultivators. However, there were many ordinary people living here. Compared to Lu Yin and the others, the 100-herb domain was not considered large, and they could cross it with a single step. However, if one's cultivation was lowered to the progenitor realm, the 100-herb domain would still be very large, and it would not be that easy to cross over. If one's cultivation was lower, such as a half-ancestor, an emissary, or even an enlighter, then the 100-herb domain would be very large. After all, it was one of the 36 filaments. Here even a mountain range could contain a starry sky. It was like a pawn civilization in a starry sky, and there were many such civilizations. There was a mountain range that was once very famous in the 100-herb region. It was called the 100-leaf mountain range because of the 100-leaf merchant guild that had once appeared there. The 100-leaf merchant guild had represented the 100-herb region and obtained a quota for the 36 regions' merchant guilds. At that time, countless resources had been gathered in the 100-herb region, causing the 100-herb region to be envied by countless people and also causing the 100-leaf merchant guild to become famous. Unfortunately, the 100-leaves mountain range had declined along with the 100-herb domain. Now there were only a few people left in the entire merchant association. Old Tao arrived at the 100-leaves mountain range, found the ruins of the 100-leaves mountain range and entered. The 100-leaves mountain range's glory could be vaguely seen from the ruins. The unique symbol of the 100-leaves mountain range was engraved in every corner, and it was glorious yet simple. There were traces of a spirit treasure array underground, and the entire mountain range was filled with cultivation grounds that were provided to cultivators who transported resources. All sorts of natural treasures had once grown in the depths of the mountain range. The entire mountain range was one entity, and under the protection of some sort of spirit treasure array, it could withstand a powerhouse of a certain level. This was the once glorious 100-leaves mountain range. Old Tao clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. In a corner, a rock fell and hit the ground with a soft sound. Old Tao looked over, and under the shadow of the ruins, a person was lying there, sleeping. If not for the sound, one might not have noticed him. This person was like a normal person and did not have any noticeable aura. His body was covered with grass and there were wine jars beside him. He looked dispirited, like he was just waiting to die. Old Tao came in front of this person and kicked him. With a bang, the wine jar shattered and the person who was sleeping was kicked to the ground. He cried out and jumped up while covering his butt. Who disturbed your grandfather's sleep? Old Tao smiled at this person. Long time no see, old man Yi. The person who was sleeping had a face full of vicissitudes and his clothes were ragged. His gray beard was still dripping with wine and his eyes were red, filled with anger. Seeing Old Tao, this person's eyes widened and he laughed. It's you, old friend. Old Tao smiled. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Suddenly, this person threw a gray substance at Old Tao, and the smile on his face did not fade. He grabbed the wine jar and smashed it at Old Tao's head. Old Tao was already prepared and easily dodged. The wine jar hit the ground with a loud sound and shattered. Old Tao was scared. You old man, you are still so treacherous. The person gritted his teeth. You old man, you kicked me the moment we met. Who's the treacherous one? If I didn't do this, would you have gotten up? Scram as far as you can. Chapter 35-39. Old Tao patted his clothes. You want me to scram? Don't regret it. This is the only chance for the 100-leaves merchant guild to rise. Old Devil Yi was disdainful. He lay down on the ground and covered himself with the grass. Scram, stop talking nonsense. Old Tao chuckled. The Chamber of Commerce's deployment that happens once every 20 years is about to begin. Aren't you going to fight for it? Old Geezer Yi was impatient. Scram. The 100-leaves Chamber of Commerce was long gone. What's there to fight for? Stop looking for trouble. Why didn't you die in Torch City? Why did you come back to harm others? Old Tao moved closer. Are you sure you don't want to fight for it? Let me tell you, it's in the bag. Old Devil Ye's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Old Tao through the dusky turf. If you still treat me as an old friend, then don't harm me. Let me spend my old age peacefully here. It's good that I die here. Old Tao said regretfully, you old ghost, you don't have any of the ambition you had when you were young. Back then, when the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was at its peak, you were in high spirits. I could buy whatever I wanted from you and it was all very cheap. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached where I am today. What a pity. Old man, if you remember my kindness, then don't harm me. Hurry up and scram. Under the grass, old Devil Ye's voice was low and deep. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and ruthlessly smashed it towards Old Tao. Old Tao didn't move and allowed the wooden stick to fall. It couldn't hit him at all. The cultivation of the person who attacked was too low. Your junior? The grandson of a grandson? Hurry up and scram. I don't want anything. I just want to die here. The figure landed on the ground and looked at Old Tao in surprise. Who are you? Stay away from Patriarch. The person who came had a young face. He held a wooden stick in his hand and stared at Old Tao with a fearful gaze. Old Tao raised his head and looked over. Little fellow, your ancestor and I are friends. Don't be rash. The person looked at Old Tao in surprise. You're the second in command of Dayu Manor? Old Tao smiled. You know him? The newcomer was overjoyed. Are you really the second master of Dayu Mountain Villa? Is it really you who has never been defeated in the spiritualized universe with the third leader? These words pleased Old Tao, as he had always been the one sucking up to Lu Yin. Today he was the one being sucked up to. It was no wonder why the head of the family had taken a liking to him. He had to work hard. Little guy, you're good with words. Keep it up. My name is Yi Yener, second master. I want to join the Dayu Villa. Under the grass, old Devil Yi jumped up. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. Yi Yener stubbornly said, Ancestor, I want to join the Dayu Villa and follow the third master to become invincible. Old Devil Yi was furious. He grabbed the wine jar and threw it at him. Shut up. You get out of here too. Old Tao stopped him. I say, Old Devil Yi, it's fine if you just eat and wait for death, but you're even prepared to let your own juniors wait for death with you? Young people should be ambitious. Not bad at all. It's just that the name isn't too good. Yener sounds like a girl. I am a girl. Yi Yener mumbled. Old Tao was shocked. He seriously looked at Yi Yener. Only then did he see that she was indeed a girl. The main thing was that Yi Yener was just like Old Devil Yi. Her clothes were ragged and she looked like a beggar. Her face was covered in dirt. Who would have thought that she was actually a girl? Old Devil Yi was impatient. Old man, hurry up and scram. Don't look for trouble here. Great ancestor, I want to join the Dayu Villa, Yi Yener said again. Old Devil Yi roared, shut up. Yi Yener was scared. She had never seen the old ancestor like this before. Old Tao patted Yi Yener's shoulder. Yi Yener's shoulders became serious. You really don't want to restore the former 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? Since I came here, how many times have you told me to scram? Are you really that anxious to chase me away? Yi Yener's eyes lit up. 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? That was a family legend. Old Devil Ye's face was gloomy. I know about the Dayu Villa. During this time there have been many people passing by. Your Dayu Villa is lawless, provoking outland and even wanting to replace Xianxia. These have nothing to do with us. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has long declined. There's nothing left. I just want to spend my old age peacefully and raise this child well. I don't want to die with you. Old Tao had a headache. To think that I specially recommended the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce to the third master to compete for the position of the Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the Dayu Villa, even Xianxia wouldn't dare to say no. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce will immediately regain its glory. Old Devil Yi sneered. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has flourished with the 100 Herbs region, and has also declined with the 100 Herbs region. Now I don't want to follow the old path. Compared to the decline of the 100 Herb territory, following your Dayu Mountain Manor is far more dangerous than following you. One mistake and my family will be ruined. Yi Yener clenched her fist. I'm not afraid. Old Devil Yi glared at her angrily. Yi Yener stubbornly looked at Old Devil Yi. Elder, do you know what I've been doing all this time? I went to the Dayu Villa and asked to join. You're crazy. Old Devil Yi roared. Yi Yener was sad. We've been abandoned and are struggling to live in this corner of the 100 Herbs region. What's the difference between us and ordinary people? You want me to live a peaceful life, but I don't. I want to restore the glory of the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. I want to compete with my peers. I want to go to the 9 regions ring. Old Devil Ye's body trembled. The anger in his eyes dissipated and became dim. Old Tao sighed. Old Devil Ye, you're old and I'm old too. We'll die eventually. This child is still young. She has her dreams and her path. Many people have died on the path of cultivation. Do you think the invincible spiritualization of the universe is so smooth? His path of cultivation is also bumpy. Even if you can protect her for a lifetime, can you protect her descendants? How long can you protect the descendants of your descendants? You're not in the eternal realm. Old Devil Yi closed his eyes and sat down slowly. He was very sad. Yen'er walked over and hugged Old Devil Yi. Elder, Yen'er doesn't want to live a cowardly life. Old Devil Yi was silent for a long time and sighed deeply. He looked up at Old Tao with a serious expression. Promise me that if anything happens, even if she dies, she'll die after you. Old Tao nodded. I didn't hurt you, old friend. I'll never forget your kindness. Dayu Villa has been in the 100 Herbs region for so long, but I didn't look for you because I was pessimistic at that time. I knew that Dayu Villa was walking on a path of death. But during this time I followed the third master to challenge the masters of the world. Do you know how many people in this spiritualization universe can stop him? The Battle of the Abyss and the Battle of the Southbound Domain forced the master of the Jikong domain to take the initiative to cooperate. These are the reasons why I came to you. If we join Dayu Villa, there's a high chance that we'll die, but there's also a slight chance that we'll reach the peak. If there's no chance, I wouldn't have come to you. Old Devil Yi sneered. Weren't you the one who urged Wu Jiang to come to the 100 Herbs region? Old Tao swore. It definitely wasn't me. It was the third master who saw the star map and confirmed that we should choose the 100 Herbs region. It's the best place to choose the 100 Herbs region, right in the middle of the 36 regions. Right, let's go. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce should rise. Spiritualization Universe 1. In a corner, the dark sky was covered by thick clouds. The ground was dark red and the magma almost made the surface transparent. A figure sat cross-legged on the dark red ground. After an unknown period of time, the figure stood up and opened his eyes. Another figure appeared beside him. It was a child. He looked about 1 year old, but he had the vicissitudes of life that didn't belong to his age. The child took a step forward and his body suddenly grew to about 5 years old. Then he took another step forward and became about 12 years old. He was about the same height as the person beside him. Then he took another step forward and became a young man. Dark red power erupted from his body and spread out in all directions. As expected of a turbid treasure. It allowed me to transform again. I'm looking forward to meeting you, Lu Yin. The next moment, dark red godly power soared into the sky and spread out without restraint. In the sky beyond heaven, Xianxia suddenly looked in one direction. His figure disappeared. In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin suddenly walked out. He stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. Godly power. He felt godly power. The one true God had finally appeared again. During the battle in the abyss of space, Meng Sangtian made Lu Yin enter a dream, causing Lord Qing to appear and everyone to attack him. Now the one true God's aura had appeared in that direction. The one true God had taken away Tianxi's spirit seed. That was a turbid treasure. He had transformed again with the spirit seed. What would happen? Yu Sangtian was the biggest threat on the surface, but the one true God was the biggest threat in the dark. On the dark red ground, Yu Sangtian arrived, but he couldn't find the two figures. Looking at the ground, Yu Sangtian's expression turned serious. This power made him wary. Tianyuan Universe's eternity, where are you? At the border of the Tianyuan Universe. Ever since Wu Jiang left, this place had been sealed. The two gates were closed and no one could leave. On this day, the heavenly hound roared and charged at the border gate. With a boom, the gate shook. A spear appeared from the void and pierced the heavenly hound. The spear pierced through and the heavenly hound howled in pain. Jialan Jilal walked out of the void. In front of him, a piece of land materialized. It was the Forgotten Ruins. The Forgotten Ruins deity had attacked. You want to leave the Tianyuan universe? You're courting death. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu appeared. Countless cultivators attacked. Streaks of black energy pierced through the starry sky and attacked Wang Xiaoyu. The Forgotten Ruins deity had a headache. Jialanjila, we can't leave the Tianyuan universe even if we want to. Staying here will only bring you trouble. Jialanjila's gaze was cold. It's no trouble. Just eliminate them. As he spoke, the white spear flew. Mirrors appeared around the Forgotten Ruins deity. Cold spears appeared from the mirrors. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no choice but to hide behind the Heavenly Hound. Countless spears pierced the Heavenly Hound's body, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Forgotten Ruins deity used 9 wolves devour the sky. 9 huge wolf heads bit towards Jialanjila. At the same time, the king's scepter appeared in his hand. Can you take the king's scepter? Not long later, the starry sky regained its peace. Jialanjila frowned. He couldn't make them stay. The Forgotten Ruins deity had hidden deeply. Why did this woman want to leave the Tianyuan universe? She was definitely going to spiritualize the universe. Did she want to meet up with the only true God? On the other side, the Forgotten Ruins deity was helpless. I can't get out. I didn't expect to meet Jialanjila. Not far away, the Heavenly Hound's wound was bleeding. It could block countless attacks, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't be injured. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the Heavenly Hound. Jialanjila has become stronger. Chapter 35-40. The God of Forgotten Ruins did not mind. This is the 3 worlds and 6 paths. They are the disciples of the founding ancestor. To be able to complete their apprenticeship, they already possess power that surpasses all. In the past, even primordial realm experts might not be able to do anything to them. If they were not suppressed by the founding ancestor, they would have all broken through to the bitter calamity realm long ago. Wang Xiaoyu found it strange. Why did the founding ancestor suppress them? The God of Forgotten Ruins shook her head. I don't know. If the 3 worlds and 6 paths cannot break through, we can't either. The founding ancestor is responsible for the destruction of the past above heaven. With that, she smiled at Wang Xiaoyu. Actually, don't you have this experience too? Back when Wang Xiaoyu betrayed the 5th and 6th continents and joined the Eternals, she was only one of the 12 marquises at the back of the starry sky of trees. Even if she could break through to the progenitor realm back then, she had been suppressing it. Only when Lu Yin rose up and the captains of the true gods died did Wang Xiaoyu climb up. The one who went through the same experience as her was Ancestor Hui's son, Hui Wu or Wu Marquis. Let's go. The border is sealed. We can either fight our way out or find an opportunity. The God of Forgotten Ruins stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. The Tianyuan universe has been unified by the above heaven. Will there be an opportunity? The God of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Of course there will be. I've always believed in one principle. Facing Wang Xiaoyu's doubtful gaze, her eyes deepened. The future of the universe has long been determined. A universe will have a person who can decide the future of that universe. The founding ancestor, the only true God, Lu Yin, are all people of this destiny. Even the great heavenly venerate Ancestor Hui and a few others are included. Although not everyone can reach that position, they have the possibility. These people have a characteristic that can decide the direction of the war. They might be powerful or they might be able to plan for eternity. Now that these people are either dead or gone, the Tianyuan universe has lost such a person. Someone else will fill that vacancy. Wang Xiaoyu looked into the distance. The above heaven has many experts left, including the 3 worlds and 6 paths. Are they people of this kind? The God of Forgotten Ruins shrugged. Who knows? But in my opinion, it's more likely that your lover is someone like this. Wang Xiaoyu did not reply. The God of Forgotten Ruins smiled. There will always be someone who will stand up and change the universe in the future. It may take a long time, but we can wait. Let's see what the Tianyuan universe will become after losing little Lu Yin and the others. Scope. The time will come. Woof! The Tianyuan universe was a parallel space-time. The starry sky was filled with bugs. Some of these bugs could be recognized, such as Qing Yi, Shouwu, 7-star sword, etc. Some of them could not be recognized at all. They were all in strange shapes. Countless bugs flooded the starry sky like a sea of bugs. There was a planet in the middle of the insect sea. It was a technological civilization that had just developed to the point of using steam. Crisp gunshots rang out from time to time, and the city became a battlefield. The entire city was shrouded in smoke, blocking out the sunlight. The puddles on the ground had turned black, and from time to time, People would step on them, some would chase and some would flee. Not far away in an ancient building, Yulong swirled his wine glass, admiring the battle. Suddenly, a group of people walked up to his house and wanted to violently push it open. Yulong's gaze turned cold. At the door, the 7-star sword swept past and those people all disappeared as if they had never appeared. Even though he had dealt with those people, Yulong's mood did not improve. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. They're here again. They'll find this place in half a year at most. Behind him, a pleasant voice sounded. We're moving again? Yulong turned around. His cold gaze instantly turned gentle with an apologetic and warm tone. I'm sorry. You must have just adapted to this place. What appeared in front of Yulong was a beautiful woman with delicate features and snow-white skin. Her entire body seemed to be carved out of crystal, beautiful and flawless. However, her eyes did not have pupils and were completely snow-white. Her name was Mobai Xianxia. Lu Yin had left the Tianyuan universe for decades. During this time, although Yulong had been cautious, he had still managed to nurture Xianxia. He had originally thought that Xianxia would be a bug, but Mobai's appearance completely shattered his understanding. Xianxia was actually a human. Mobai was a human and looked exactly like a normal person. The only difference was her eyes, which were snow-white and flawless, causing Yulong to be infatuated. No matter how difficult the situation was, as long as Yulong saw Mobai, his entire being would soften. It's okay. With you here we can go anywhere, Mobai said. Her voice was very gentle but also very cold. Yulong understood her. This was already the most pleasant thing she had said. He smiled. We'll leave now. So soon? The sect above heaven is becoming more and more experienced. They have already met with the bug I left behind and will quickly seal off all the parallel universes. They will also quickly find us. I estimate that it will take half a year but maybe 2 months at most. Mobai walked to the window. Is the sect above heaven really that strong? Yulong said, don't meet them face to face. There are too many powerhouses there. I know you have a talent for cultivation and can learn anything quickly, but it's better to be careful. Mobai nodded and looked at Yulong. I'll listen to you. After saying that, she looked up at the starry sky. From this angle, Mobai's beauty caused Yulong to be infatuated. He reached out, wanting to touch that snow-white skin that had captivated his soul, but he did not dare. He did not dare to blaspheme for fear that this dream would be shattered. After looking for a while, Yulong forcefully retracted his gaze and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he looked back at Mobai and asked curiously, why have you been looking in the same direction all this time? Mobai looked away and met Yulong's gaze. I'm used to it. Yulong nodded and did not ask any more questions. He needed to pack up before leaving. After Yulong left, Mobai looked up again and looked in that direction. It was becoming clearer. Master, is that you? Lu Yin had left the Tianyuan cosmos, but he had not forgotten about the threat of the hive civilization. Thus, he had left behind a group of bugs that were specifically scattered throughout the cosmos to search for nearby hives. This was a method specifically used to deal with the hive civilization and allow the sect above heaven to find them. Even though this method would take a long time, there was no other way. There were some things that had to be done. Yulong's development of bugs had been discovered by the sect above heaven several times through this method. If not for this method, the sea of bugs that he had developed would have been even larger, to an unimaginable extent. Tuo Lin had also returned from the Tianyuan cosmos. He had traveled through many parallel universes and searched for Lu Yin's tracks before returning. However, he did not directly return to the sect above heaven. Instead, he went to Earth. Earth was where Lu Yin had started on his path of cultivation, and it was also a place that he had always yearned for. Even though it was very close, Tuo Lin only had one chance to go there, and he would only go with the most sincere feelings. Otherwise, even if he could go there in a single step, he would not go. When he landed on Earth, he saw that it had changed greatly from when Lu Yin had first started on his path of cultivation. However, these changes only revolved around the people's lives and did not change the landscape. This was Earth. Tuo Lin walked step by step on Earth, walking along the path that Lu Yin had taken. Finally, he arrived at Jinlin and saw the giant statue. Master is too great. We can't even see his back. Is that so? I can see his back. Thank you, Xiaoyu. This is the greatest affirmation for me. Actually, you're the one who can see his back. Don't be humble, you can really see it. The people around? What's wrong? Are they pointing at us? It doesn't matter. Let them be. They have a lot of respect for master, so they must learn to be tolerant. You're the best, Xiaoyu. Without you, it would have been difficult for me to walk this path. No need to thank me. He's our master. We should do this. How long will we stay here? I don't know. Perhaps we'll wait for master to come back. He will definitely come back. Tuolin was looking at Lu Yin's giant statue. Many people around him were also looking at him because he was carrying Lu Yin's statue. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to exchange their pious attitude for the attention of the above heaven sect. It would be best if they could be accepted as Lu Yin's disciple. However, there were too many of them, and no matter how pious they were, they could not attract Lu Yin's attention. He stood too high. As time passed, no one dared to do so anymore. Brother, it's useless. Your master Lu is no longer here. A voice rang out and entered Tuolin's ears. Tuolin turned around and was surprised. Zhangchen? Zhangchen frowned and stared at Tuolin for a while. He remembered, you're Tuolin? Tuolin smiled, it really is Senior Zhangchen. Tuolin greets Senior. Zhangchen waved his hand, don't call me Senior. We're not even married yet. You're making me sound old. Tuolin was very serious, your master's close friend. It's only right to call you Senior. Zhangchen praised, I didn't expect Brother Lu to have such a polite disciple like you. You're much better than that Huikin Ha. Tuolin was embarrassed, junior brother isn't bad either. It's just that we haven't seen his good points. Speaking of which, what are you doing? Zhangchen looked at Tuolin strangely. The two of them had never met before, but Tuolin's appearance had been seen by some people in the Tianyuan universe. As for Zhangchen, Tuolin naturally knew that he was a friend of Lu Yin. Tuolin understood Lu Yin's path better than anyone else. Tuolin tightened the statue on his back. I'm following master's path. Zhangchen was confused. So what are you doing? Following master's path. What's that? Following. Stop, I understand. Good child, when Brother Lu returns, I'll definitely praise you in front of him. Tuolin smiled. No need. This is what a disciple should do. Zhangchen praised. Even I want to take in a few disciples now. Seriously, the more I look at you, the more pleasing to the eye. Do you want to go to White Cloud City to take a look? Your master has been there as well. Tuolin's eyes lit up. Can I? Why not? Let's go. If we're lucky, we'll be able to see my sister. Her relationship with your master, BZZT. BZ, what do you mean? BZZT. Sorry, I'm too stupid. I don't understand. What? You don't understand either? We're all too stupid. We haven't reached master's level yet. Zhangchen was puzzled. Who did you say that to? Tuolin said, Xiaoyu. Zhangchen looked around. There's someone here? Don't scare me, I'm a cultivator. Tuolin thought for a moment. All right, no one. Zhangchen was puzzled. This fellow wasn't sick, was he? When Brother Lu returns, he'll have to talk about it. Chapter 35-41. Tuolin arrived at White Cloud City and saw Lu Pianran. He devoutly ate the delicacies that Lu Yin had once eaten. He also saw Jiang Feng sitting there motionlessly with a sword on his lap. Tuolin saw Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng couldn't see Tuolin, but he saw Yan Ryu. Jiang Feng had been sealed away and stripped of his strength after encountering the Grass Master. He only saw chaos. As time passed, he could vaguely sense all sorts of auras. Yan Ryu was the second being he clearly saw. This child has a good attitude. It's little Seven's fortune to have you as his disciple. Lu Pianran smiled. Tuolin hurriedly said, It's this disciple's fortune to have a master. You're very pure. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Lu Pianran was surprised, then excited. Ah Feng, you can hear us? In the beginning, Jiang Feng was sealed and did not speak. He just sat there. Other than feeling the sword, he could not feel anything else. However, as time passed and decades passed, Jiang Feng gradually opened his mouth to speak. He spoke about his feelings. Lu Pianran and the others listened but did not reply. This was because it was useless to reply as Jiang Feng could not hear them at all. Jiang Feng's words just now gave Lu Pianran hope. If he could hear them, it meant that the situation was improving. Zhangchen was excited. Old man, you can hear us? Tuolin looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. Jiang Feng was facing Tuolin, so he naturally couldn't hear. The speaker was Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu was talking to him, but other than Tuolin and Jiang Feng, No one else could hear Yen Ryu's words. This was under Yen Ryu's control. If she wanted, she could let everyone hear her words and not hear her. Why are you like this? Yen Ryu asked. Jiang Feng replied, I encountered an unrivaled expert. That's why. Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen looked at Tuo Lin, not understanding why Jiang Feng said this. Tuo Lin blinked and subconsciously tried to cover it up. An unrivaled expert? Will senior be well? Yen Ryu asked, will you be well? Jiang Feng shook his head, I don't know. I hope you are well. Yen Ryu replied. Tuo Lin immediately said, I hope senior is well. Jiang Feng smiled, thank you. From Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen's point of view, it looked like Tuo Lin was conversing with Jiang Feng. They were pleasantly surprised. Ah Feng, can you hear me? That we're here too. Can we have a chat? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He couldn't hear. Talking to Yen Ryu and seeing Yen Ryu did not make Jiang Feng react. This was because he had been sealed, and before the hive had erupted, he had no idea that the hive was in danger. Going back 37 years, he would not have known about the hive's crisis. Jiang Feng did not respond. Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen were disappointed as they looked at Tuo Lin. Tuo Lin looked at them and shook his head in confusion. Lu Pianran smiled. Child, stay in White Cloud City. Tuo Lin was puzzled. Jiang Chen patted Tuo Lin's shoulder and said with a solemn expression, Your master, my brother Lu, respects my father the most. He will definitely hope that you can stay in White Cloud City and help my father. Oh yeah, my father has saved your master's life more than once. Tuo Lin said seriously, I know. Alright, if senior needs me, I will stay. Thank you. Lu Pianran was grateful. In the spiritualized universe, Gate of Arts, Old Yu's figure appeared in front of Zhang Ming. That Lord Lu will definitely find trouble with the Four Horse Merchant Association. Old Yu said. Zhang Ming frowned. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The two who died because of the shockwave. You really don't know? To the people of the Tianyuan universe, shaking the foundation of the spiritualized universe is their most urgent task. You should know the importance of the Four Horse Merchant Association. This is the matter of the sky beyond heaven. You won't let us deal with it, right? Even if the Four Horse Merchant Association is gone, there will be other merchant associations that will help us find special materials. Can it be compared? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. I will let the Four Horse Merchant Association lie low for a while. Old Yu looked at Zhang Ming deeply. That Lord Lu's strength might be second only to you, Xianxia. Your key and our plan have all failed, but he is advancing step by step. He is advancing very quickly. You better make a choice as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too late for regrets. After saying that, he disappeared. Zhang Ming looked at the empty space in front of him. Make a choice as soon as possible? How to make a choice? He didn't even know what the Wisdom Void region was planning. On the surface, the Wisdom Void region supported Yu Xianxia to control the spiritualized universe, but they were secretly scheming to weaken Yu Xianxia's authority. On one hand, they wanted to stabilize the spiritualized universe, hoping to restart other universes and transform them into spiritualized ones. On the other hand, they had allied with the Daoist Villa. It seemed like they wanted to overthrow Yu Xianxia, but only they knew what they were thinking. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered. There were two absolutes in the spiritualized universe. One was Yu Xianxia's strength, which was absolutely invincible. The other was the wisdom of the Wisdom Void region, which was absolutely unfathomable. Before he could see through these, he didn't dare to act rashly. As for Lord Lu, he was too obvious. He seemed to have unlimited strength, but if he could really go against Yu Xianxia, he would have gone to the Extreme Palace long ago. He wouldn't have been led by the nose by this old man. The Daoist Villa was destined to be destroyed. During this process, nothing could happen to the Zhan family. They had to get the key back. Only the key was the foundation of the Zhan family. Although he was sure that the Daoist Villa would be destroyed in the end, as long as Lord Lu existed, he wouldn't be able to get the key back. The other party was too strong. He couldn't deal with Yu Xianxia, but he could deal with him. He had to go to the cemetery and see which old men were still alive. Outside the 100 Herb region, a green leaf was flying towards the Grand Universal Domain. Lu Yin's group was on the leaf. Because he wanted to keep a low profile and prevent the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce from slipping away, Lu Yin didn't bring Palace Mistress Yao and the others. He only brought along the disguised old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Shao, and Ru Mu, as well as old trader Yi and Yi Yenner from the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. He didn't care about the others, but he didn't want to bring Qing Shao along. Ever since he had captured Qing Yun, this younger brother of his had clung on to him. Even though the battle at the Abyss of Time had made him rein in his temper, he still stubbornly insisted on following them. It was easy to deal with him. He just had to suppress him in the Boundless Realm or the Point Commander's platform hell to ensure that Qing Yun would be obedient. However, Lu Yin discovered something. Qing Yun's constitution would change according to his state of mind. For example, when he was angry, his state of mind would be obvious. When he was calm, his state would not be obvious. This was interesting. The more obvious it was, the easier it was to see. Thus he brought Qing Shao along. On the leaf, Yi Yenner stared at Lu Yin. Was this person the third master of the Dayu Villa who was invincible in the spiritualized universe? He was really powerful. He had challenged all the experts in the world and had declared that he would carve his name in the Extreme Palace. He had continuously provoked Yu Sang Tian and even defeated Bao Qi Sang Tian. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to provoke him. He was really powerful. To the side, old trader Yi was no longer as sloppy as he had been at the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce's ruins. He had tidied himself up and was in high spirits. He was dressed in luxurious robes, and it was obvious that he was a businessman. Hand. Qing Yun was used to this and extended her hand. Lu Yin grabbed it. She was very calm. Lu Yin raised a brow. Qing Shao. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Behind them, Qing Shao was surprised. You're calling me? You're her younger brother? Yes. What about your parents? I don't know. We were picked up by the ninth spirit. Then you're not her younger brother. Why? Qing Shao asked subconsciously. Qing Yun also looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said indifferently, "You're ugly." Qing Shao was taken aback and then he was furious. He wanted to curse but he held it in. Lu Yin casually slapped Qing Shao's head. You dare curse at me? Qing Shao was stunned. I didn't. You're cursing in your heart. Qing Shao was furious. Qing Yun was furious. What are you trying to do? She was angry. Lu Yin could clearly feel that burning state in her body. Satisfied, he did not speak and studied it. Qing Yun gritted her teeth. This person was ridiculous. Qing Shao covered his head. This guy was crazy. When his sister had been captured, he had treated Lu Yin as an enemy. But after this period of interaction, he realized that Lu Yin had only grabbed his sister's hand and not done anything else. In the Battle of the Abyss, he had seen Lu Yin's unparalleled dominance. How could such a person be a despicable villain? Such a villain did not have such magnanimity. Especially when the people of the Dayu Villa respected Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts. This made him constantly change his opinion of Lu Yin. Although this guy was still considered half an enemy, it was not a life-and-death feud. At most he was a scoundrel. But what had just happened had left him confused. Why would such a domineering person be like this? Bullying a weak ant like him? What was going on? No one could understand Lu Yin's actions, including old Tao, but he was used to it. Old trader Yi could not help but block Yi Yenner behind him, afraid that Lu Yin would also grab her hand. This third master had captured a lot of beauties, even Palace Master Yao was captured. Yi headed towards the Grand Domain and met many cultivators along the way. They were riding on various vehicles, so Yi was not surprised. But he still attracted one person's attention. A blade flashed and slashed at Yi. Lu Yin looked up and saw a man holding a blade in the distance, staring at him. Old Tao blocked the blade and took a step back in surprise. What a sharp blade. Who is it? The man walked over with a cold gaze. As he approached, a bloody aura spread out. It was nauseating. Yi Yenner's face paled. Qing Shao frowned. Who is it? There was such a strong bloody aura. You're still alive, old trader Yi. The man stared at old trader Yi and said in a low voice. Old trader Yi looked at the man and his expression changed. You're still watching us? The one who's 10th on the White Soul list? Old Tao was surprised. Lu Yin was astonished. 10th on the White Soul list? If he remembered correctly, this person was the cultivator that Yu Xian had helped. Back then, Yu Xian had single-handedly destroyed an entire region by giving the 100 herbs to others. The first person he had given them to was Yi He, who had been helped by Yu Xian. Yushan had only used him to destroy the 100 Herbs region, but the outside world did not know. Many people thought that he was related to Yushan. Yushan was backed by Xianxia, so who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? This also led to many powers trying to curry favor with him. With his decent cultivation talent, he had climbed up step by step and finally reached the 10th position on the White Soul list. He was a legend. This person was a classic example of good luck. Qingming Festival. Thank you for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 3542. Lu Yin had not expected this person to attack them, and he seemed to have a grudge against the 100 Leaves Guild. He sneered, "The heavens have taken pity on me. I wanted to stay around the 100 Herbs region to find a chance to save Lord Yushan, but I didn't expect to run into you. Old man Yi, it's great that you're not dead. It's time for revenge." Lu Yin was curious. "Does this he have a grudge against you?" Old man Yi replied helplessly, "This person was once a guard of the 100 Leaves Guild when he was in dire straits, but he was kicked out because his hands were dirty. At that time someone from the 100 Leaves Guild did not like him and humiliated him, but it had nothing to do with the Yi family." He looked at Yi. The person who humiliated him was also a guard, not a member of the Yi family. Why is he targeting us? Yi Yener was furious. "It's because of this person that we don't dare to leave the 100 Herbs region." Old man Yi sighed. "This person searched the 100 Herbs region for us a long time ago, but we avoided him. Over time he also thought that we were dead. I didn't expect to run into him here." He sneered. "I know that you're also a spiritual master. Even if I can beat you, I can't find you if you don't want to show yourself. That's why I gave up after searching the 100 Herbs region several times. Today you've walked right into my trap, so die." After he finished speaking, he pushed the void and slashed out with sword annihilation. The sword light swept through a large region, causing Old Man Yi and the others to feel like they had fallen into a sea of sword light. This attack caused Yi Yener's face to turn pale, and she was unable to block it. If she was alone, she would definitely die. Even if the ancestor could resist, it would not be easy. However, there was no need for them to do anything now. Lu Yin looked up and flicked his finger. The wind from his finger entered the Sea of Swords, and the Sea of Swords vanished. The biting cold blade emitted a soft bang, and he took several steps back. He looked over in shock and stared at Lu Yin. The sword in his hand trembled, and the remaining force almost caused him to lose his grip. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open and blood flowed down the hilt. It had been so easy that he started to doubt his life. As an expert ranked 10th on the White Spirit ranking, he was one of the top experts in the spiritualized universe. Even spirit primes would not be able to defeat him so easily. He was extremely talented in the way of the blade, so he could fight even without using sequence techniques. However, he did not expect that his horizontal blade extermination would be broken by a single finger. "Who are you?" He was shocked as he stared at Lu Yin. It was only then that he realized that he couldn't quite see this person clearly. Lu Yin's face was blurry, yet it was clear at the same time. It was a contradictory feeling. This feeling made his heart sink. He had met an expert. Lu Yin casually sat down on the leaf. "They're my people now. You're touching my people without asking me first?" Yi's eyes flickered. At this moment, the trembling of the saber finally stopped. He silently lowered the saber. "You took in the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? May I ask who you are?" "I am He, ranked 10th on the White Spirit leaderboard. I have connections with various factions in the spiritualized universe, so you might be one of us." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "They can't be on our side." Yi's face sunk. He was extremely fearful. That finger attack made him think of a person, Yushan. That kind of unparalleled power made him feel helpless. In addition to the fact that he couldn't see Yushan's face clearly, he didn't want to be enemies with such a person. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill Yushan today. Lu Yin asked, "You're here to find a chance to save Yushan?" Just as he was about to answer, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. He thought of a possibility. Although it was unlikely, it was not impossible. This person was from the Daoist Villa. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce from the 100 Herbs domain, so it wasn't impossible for them to be taken in by the Daoist Villa. He hadn't thought of this before because the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had been in decline for too many years, and he had never thought that they would emerge again. He had thought that it was just a coincidence. Furthermore, before this person had destroyed the Sea of Sabers with a single finger, he hadn't felt that this person was a threat. It was only when that finger attack still had some energy left and he couldn't see the person's face clearly that he remembered. The Dayu Villa took in people who had broken the rules and fallen into desperate straits, so it wasn't impossible for the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce to join the Dayu Villa. This person's strength was terrifying, and it made he think of one person. The Dayu Villa's third master, the person who had suppressed Zhou Xian in terms of strength and had even defeated Zhou Xian's changing of the 9 heavens. He didn't know if this person was the invincible spiritualized third master, but he could only pray that he wasn't. Otherwise he would lose his life. He wanted to escape, but Lu Yin wasn't willing to let him. He raised his hand again and flicked his finger. This time the finger wind was even stronger than before. It pierced through the void and even time seemed to stop. The void was like a curtain being torn apart as it struck towards He. He was worthy of being ranked 10th on the White Soul list. The moment Lu Yin's finger wind struck out, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Blood energy surged from his body and a huge blood shadow appeared behind him. He turned around and slashed out with a blood-colored saber in his hand. Old Tao was afraid. Blood saber, he's the ultimate move of the 10th on the White Soul list. Yixichen and Yi Yan both stared at this scene. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had declined because of the 100 Herbs domain, and the person who had prevented Yixichen from leaving the 100 Herbs domain was this person. Yi Yan also knew that they didn't dare to face this person head-on. Now they finally saw this person's strength. Once the blood saber appeared, it was enough to prevent many spiritual masters from fighting for the 10th position on the White Soul list. The finger wind whistled past and collided with the blood saber. The blood saber collapsed and the huge blood shadow collapsed at the same time. He didn't even turn his head. Sequence particles appeared and pressed down on the finger wind. Yichen ranked 30th in the sequence. Bang! There was a soft sound and he lowered his head. A bloody wound had appeared on his chest, pierced through by the finger wind. Neither the blood saber nor the sequence technique could block it. This was the difference in absolute strength. When the gap reached a certain level, nothing could be done to make up for it. He coughed up blood and stood where he was. He slowly turned around, not daring to escape. At this moment his entire body felt cold. He knew that if he continued to run he would definitely die. "Come here," Lu Yin said softly. He clutched his chest as blood dripped down his clothes and dyed his feet red. He slowly approached Lu Yin. "You're here to find the right time to save Zhou Xian?" Lu Yin asked. Sweat dripped from He's forehead. "Yes." "Do you know who I am?" He shook his head. "No." "Then think about it." Lu Yin then pushed him into the hell of the general stage. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used 2 fingers to defeat this person ranked 10th on the White Soul list. His battle prowess was overwhelming. This was Lu Yin's true strength. If he had just arrived in the spiritualized universe, he would not have needed to be so fast. He would have taken his time, just like how he dealt with those who had targeted Wu Jiang. However, after the battle at the Abyss of Geyser, his strength had been exposed and there was no need to hide it. To deal with this kind of strength, 1 finger was enough. To Lu Yin this was a small matter, but to Yi Yan and old trader Yi it was extremely shocking. He was ranked 10th on the White Soul list, and he was a powerhouse who had forced them not to leave the 100 Herb territory. He had a chance to fight for Sang Tian's position in the future, but he had been defeated just like that. He had been defeated so miserably that he had not been able to retaliate at all. Old Tao was not surprised, but he still flattered Lu Yin and smiled. "Master, you're invincible in spiritualization. This little Xiao Bai, who ranks 10th on the spiritualized list, dares to come here. He's really courting death. I only hate that I'm not strong enough to share Master's burden." Old trader Yi rolled his eyes. Shameless. Yi Yan pursed her lips. She was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but she was also disgusted by Old Tao. This person had not been like this in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild's ruins. He continued to fly towards the Grand Domain. Lu Yin was not interested in the grudges of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. As someone like he was not worthy of his attention. What he was curious about was how to obtain a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old trader Yi respectfully said, "There are over 100 merchant guilds in the entire spiritualized universe, but only 5 of the 36 filaments can compete for a position in the Grand Domain. These 5 are the ones that the main merchant guild cares about. To compete for one of these positions, the first step is to register at Bai City in the Grand Domain. At the same time, you'll have to hand over 100 million spirit seeds. Old Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. That much? Qing Yun, Rumu and the others were shocked as well. Cultivation in the spiritualized universe started with spirit seeds, which would enter the body, cultivate and achieve a spiritual molt. Spirit seeds came from all over the spiritualized universe and spirit seed mines would even appear. The spiritualized universe did not have a perfect explanation as to why this was the case. After a spiritualized cultivator died, the spirit seed within their body would dissipate the moment their life force stopped growing. The importance of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe surpassed the importance of star essence and the like in the Tianyuan universe. In the Tianyuan universe, as long as one stepped onto the path of cultivation without star energy, their cultivation would at most stagnate, and it would be difficult for them to progress. However, in the spiritualized universe, as long as one did not have a spirit seed, they would not be able to cultivate. 100 million spirit seeds were equivalent to 100 million cultivators, which was an exaggerated number. However, it only seemed like a lot. How many cultivators were there in the spiritualized universe? It was impossible to count them all, so who could accurately calculate how many cultivators there were in the Tianyuan universe? Even the above heaven sect could not do it. Old Trader Yi shook his head. 100 million spirit seeds is not a lot, but it's not a small number either. The number of merchant guilds participating in the competition for a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild will be the same number of spirit seeds. The most important thing is, Ru Mu interjected, the spirit seeds will not be returned. Old Trader Yi glanced at her and nodded. Old Tao's face twitched. Not returning? So shameless? Luyin thought so as well. It was too shameless. Shouldn't they return the spirit seeds if they failed in the competition? Old Trader Yi smiled bitterly. When we first heard of this rule we had the same reaction, but we can't change it. This is the rules of the main merchant guild. The entry resources of 100 million spirit seeds will not be returned, even if they fail in the competition. After handing over the entry resources, they will wait for the notification. When Xianxia arrives, the merchant guilds will each write down the price they can pay, which is the amount of resources they have to hand over to the main merchant guild every year. The 5 with the highest amount will succeed. Lu Yin asked, can we meet Xianxia? Old Trader Yi nodded. Yes. What if Xianxia is not satisfied with these numbers? Xianxia was curious. Old Trader Yi said, then we'll have an open competition. The highest bidder will win. Lu Yin laughed. That old guy really knows how to play. He paused for a moment before continuing. The competition is held once every 20 years and it's so frequent. Even an ordinary person can continue operating for 20 years, and it's very rare for a company to decline. Qing Yun said, the main merchant guild wants to earn the entry resources from the competition. Ru Mu interjected, it also means to increase the influence of the main merchant guild. Old Tao said, perhaps they are also worried about some merchant guilds becoming bigger, so they have to keep changing. No one will believe that there is no problem. It depends on who the main merchant guild is willing to let become the merchant guild. Chapter 3543. Xianxia was one of the 7 great sanctions and he was also a merchant. If Lu Yin wanted to consider his thoughts, he had to consider it from a merchant's point of view. Xianxia was the most suitable choice, but Lu Yin was not interested. I don't have 100 million spirit seeds. What about resources of equivalent value? Lu Yin asked. Old Sly Yi replied, resources worth more than 100 million spirit seeds cannot be of equivalent value. Lu Yin laughed as Old Sly Yi really did not want to be taken advantage of. Lu Yin had taken advantage of many similar things in the Tianyuan universe. He would give it to Xianxia for now and return it in the future. Right, this guy's sealed world was still with him and he had almost finished digesting it. No matter what, he was still ranked 5th in the Sequence Foundation. This loss was not small. The Grand Universal Domain was the most bustling of the 36 domains in the spiritualized universe. It was the center of the spiritualized universe's trade, and all sorts of resources were gathered there. One could find anything as long as one had the money. Spirit seeds were the most popular resources in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's group arrived at the Grand Universal Domain, and the closer they got, the more people they saw. The Grand Universal Domain was like a whirlpool in the sea that constantly attracted people. This time, Lu Yin kept a low profile and did not attract any attention. They smoothly reached the Grand Universal Domain and arrived outside Bai City. It's not that easy to enter Bai City. Everyone who enters has to be questioned. It might not seem useful, but the answers to the questions are intelligence. It might not be useful to you, but it's useful to others. Everyone has their own life and social circle. These answers can be sold at a high price to Heaven's hand, Old Tao said as he looked at Bai City. Xianxia was shocked. This can be sold for money? Old Tao smiled. Kid, anything can be sold for money in the universe. It just depends on whether you can think of it. Soon it was Lu Yin's turn. Name. Indian. The person who asked did not even look up. 121. Hometown. Destroyed. Destination. Here. Purpose. To buy something. What do you want to buy? After a series of questions, Lu Yin's answers were casual, and the people he asked were casual as well. They might seem worthless, but after some analysis, they would eventually be able to figure out something out. Humans could not completely escape themselves even if they lied. As long as someone paid attention to Lu Yin's answers, a group of people would analyze them. Soon Lu Yin's group entered Bai City. Bai City was huge and there were people everywhere as far as the eye could see. There were shops selling goods everywhere, and it had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. In the past, every inch of land in the Great Yu Empire's capital had been worth gold, and it had become the most expensive area in the Outerverse. But now he no longer cared about money. Once one's horizons were broadened, what they saw would be completely different from before. Old Cunning Yi sighed. Bai City is still the same, nothing has changed. I never thought that I would be able to come to Bai City again in my lifetime. Yi Yenner's eyes lit up. Ancestor, it's so lively here. Old Cunning Yi could not help but laugh. Although it's lively, the price paid is not small. If not for Yi Sangtian's existence, this place would not be like this. Let's go and submit the entry resources. At the very center of Bai City was the place where one could submit their resources. The enormous building overlooked everything, and there were merchants entering and leaving from time to time. There were even more people surrounding the area, watching every person who entered and exited. Lu Yin heard the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old Cunning Yi and the others had not even entered to register, but someone had already found out about it. It must have been someone who had inquired at the city gates. Old Cunning Yi had announced the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and had even mentioned that he wanted to compete for a spot in the Merchant Guild. 100 Leaves Merchant Guild? I've never heard of it. It's probably a regional merchant guild. They can't even leave their own region, so what are they doing here? Someone commented. Don't underestimate them. After all, if they dare to throw out 100 million spirit seeds, they must have some strength. Let's check and see what kind of business they do and which region they're from. Not long after, Lu Yin and the others were brought to a huge restaurant. After submitting their entry resources, the main merchant guild arranged a place for them to stay. Yi Yenner muttered, I thought that they wouldn't even arrange a place for us to stay. Qing Shao rolled his eyes. 100 million spirit seeds. I can buy this entire restaurant. That's too much of a loss. Rumu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to the head. Old Cunning Yi looked at Lu Yin strangely. The entry resources that he had submitted were worth more than 100 million spirit seeds, but he recognized that item. This third master must have stolen it. Lu Yin really did not care. He had too many treasures in his cosmic ring and any one of them would be enough. It should start soon, Old Tao said. Yi Yenner was curious. Start what? Old Tao chuckled. Ask your ancestor. Yi Yenner looked at Old Cunning Yi curiously. Old Cunning Yi walked over to the window. The main merchant guild didn't arrange a place for us out of kindness. Competing for a spot in the merchant guild is a form of robbery. During the competition, resources are used, but before the competition it's all about strength. Just as he finished speaking, there was an explosion not far away. Yi Yenner was startled. Lu Yin looked over and saw that someone had started fighting. However, this restaurant was clearly protected, so as long as it did not cause too much of a commotion, it would be able to withstand. Otherwise, a battle between spirit warriors would be enough to destroy the restaurant. Before the competition, at least a fifth of the merchant guilds disappear. They've either been merged or destroyed, which is very normal. At most, 2/3 of the merchant guilds disappeared. It's said that there are only 7 or 8 competing guilds, Old Tao sighed. Old Cunning Yi said in a low voice, many of them aren't even merchant guilds but rather family factions. They're here to gather resources and have priority in choosing. For this reason they don't mind giving the main merchant guild a sum of resources every year. The main merchant guild doesn't care? Xianxia did not understand. Old Cunning Yi said, as long as they don't cause too much of a commotion they don't care. Old Tao smiled. If our master wants to, he can make these merchant guilds disappear with a flip of his hand. Huh. Rumu smiled faintly. If the master wants to, even the main merchant guild can disappear, let alone a merchant guild. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was true. The more smoothly the spiritualized universe developed, the worse it would be for the Tianyuan universe. The main merchant guild's distribution method allowed the spiritualized universe to trade smoothly and save time and effort, which was not a good thing. He could bring this method back to the Tianyuan universe, but it would be best to destroy the spiritualized universe. He stayed in the restaurant for a few days and there were chaotic battles every day. Lu Yin just happened to be enjoying the show. However, on this day trouble came looking for him. Someone was harassing Qing Yun and Qing Xiao fought. Even Old Tao joined the battle. With someone at the spirit realm acting, the main merchant guild sent someone to intervene. Only then did both sides stop. Master, the other party isn't a merchant guild. They're definitely a powerful faction, Old Tao said. Of course Lu Yin knew that. Spirit realm experts were not cabbages. Old Tao was the vice city lord of Torch City. If a merchant guild could have someone at the spirit realm, then wouldn't there be as many spirit realm experts as passers-by? That was impossible. One had to know that Saint Daliu was in charge of the Daliu region, and he was only at the spirit realm. The Kai family only had 3 cultivators at the spirit realm. Old Cunning Yi said, originally people like us were not taken seriously. The other party must have seen that Old Tao is a spirit realm expert and decided to test us. They are not afraid of competing with merchant guilds. No matter how powerful they are, they can't reach the level of a master of a region. They are afraid of the same opponent. Qing Xiao came over and said angrily, those bastards actually used my sister as an excuse. One day we will destroy them. Qing Yun frowned. Don't talk about it. It's just an excuse. Lu Yin said, they can't pin it on me. He then said to Qing Xiao, go and find them for a chat. Qing Xiao's eyes lit up. All right. Hand. Lu Yin sat down. Qing Yun glanced at Lu Yin and helplessly put her hand down. He was used to it. Old Tao and Rumu stood at the side. Old Cunning Yi and Yi Yener were at the corner. Not long after, Qing Xiao came back with several people behind him. They were all arrogant and looked down on everything. Especially a young man who stared at Qing Yun the moment he came in. Qing Yun had changed her appearance, but she was still very beautiful and attractive. Beauty, we meet again. Are you still thinking about this young master? The young man laughed. Qing Xiao walked behind Qing Yun and looked at the few people with a calm expression. These guys were going to be unlucky. Shut up. A middle-aged man shouted sternly. This man was tall and sturdy and it was obvious that he was very powerful. Especially his hands, they were abnormally large. The young man shut up. The middle-aged man glanced at Old Tao and Old Cunning Yi, then looked at Lu Yin. Seems like I guessed right. You guys are not from the merchant guilds. Lu Yin said, you guys are not either. Let's get to know each other. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended and directly pressed these people to the ground. The pressure was only directed at these people. Even Qing Yun, Old Tao and the rest did not feel it. These people felt as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Everything they saw turned gray as if the world was collapsing. Their brains felt as if they were being smashed by a giant hammer. They felt dizzy and could hear the sound of their bones being crushed. They could hear their hearts beating and their blood flowing. At this moment, the universe was no longer the universe. It was as if the entire universe was spinning in reverse. The young man fainted. The middle-aged man was shocked. They were in trouble. He was a spirit mage and could even fight against those on the White Soul list. It was not that he had not experienced the pressure of a spirit prime before, but he had never encountered such a terrifying pressure. This pressure was unbelievable. Even the old ancestor could not compare. What kind of powerhouse was this person? Could it be Dukui? Why would such a person come to Bai City? Why did Yi Sengtao not come out? He felt as if his bones were being crushed. He resisted the dizziness and bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly the pressure disappeared. Only the middle-aged man remained conscious. The people around him had all fainted and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin held Qin Yun's hand. She was clearly in a much better state after being burned. It seemed that this woman was only calm on the surface. This matter had made her very angry and she felt like she was venting her anger. Cough cough cough. The middle-aged man kept coughing up blood. His body trembled as he slowly sat up. He panted heavily and slowly looked up at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 35-44. Lu Yin smirked. Do I need to know you? The middle-aged man shook his head in fear. No, there's no need. Just tell me what to do, senior. Lu Yin was satisfied. Are you trying to cause trouble for us? Yes. You want to check our background? Yes. The middle-aged man was filled with regret at this moment. He had failed to find out anything and had left himself here. He had never imagined that such a terrifying powerhouse would appear in a mere merchant association. While the competition for the Chamber of Commerce was lively, it wasn't enough to attract the attention of those terrifying powerhouses. This was just a matter of Yi Songtian's subordinates and shouldn't have attracted those old freaks. Those old freaks should be wary of Yi Songtian and shouldn't interfere. He was curious about who this person was, but he didn't dare to ask. Where are you from? Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged man sighed and replied respectfully, the boat region. Old Tao suddenly understood. No wonder I found your attacks familiar. So you're from the boat region. How's Barbarian Zhou? The middle-aged man looked at Old Tao in shock. You know my father? Barbarian Zhou? Lu Yin was puzzled. Why did this name sound like it had been given by the progenitor? Old Tao explained, Barbarian Zhou is now known as Zhou Ruo, but that's a name that was changed later. This old man was very pitiful when he was young and was from a branch of the Zhou family. For some reason, the direct descendants gave him the name Barbarian Zhou and called him Barbarian Zhou all the way until he reached adulthood. But after his rise, no one dared to call him that anymore. This old man is ruthless. He suppressed the direct descendants and took over the helm of the boat region with his own branch. It's been many years since anyone dared to call him Barbarian Zhou. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Fantasy Chinese Network. The middle-aged man relaxed. So you're an old friend. Junior Zhou Xian greets senior. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Don't try to act like we're close. I'm just a servant. Zhou Qian respectfully asked, may I know senior's name? Perhaps my father has mentioned it before. Old Tao spread his hands. I can't say. Zhou Qian was puzzled and looked at Lu Yin. Boat region? All the battleships come from there? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao respectfully replied, yes, the boat region specializes in making battleships. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Each region is responsible for one matter. This efficiency is too high. Zhou Qian's eyes narrowed when he heard Lu Yin's words. He knew who these people were. They were from the Daoist villa. Every cultivator knew about the boat district, especially the strong ones. How could they not know about the boat district? Many cultivators in the spiritualized universe would go on expeditions to the universe of consciousness, especially the strong ones. There were very few exceptions. They had all gone on expeditions to the universe of consciousness before. Since they had gone to the universe of consciousness, they must have ridden on the battleship, so they were not unfamiliar with the boat district. This person was so powerful, yet he did not understand the boat region. It was obvious that they were not from the spiritualized universe. He tasted bitterness in his mouth as he had actually bumped into the Daoist villa. He also knew Old Tao's identity, which made him even more fearful of Lu Yin. He had guessed that this person was the young third master of the Daoist villa, an invincible powerhouse. He would rather not know the answer. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Qian. Zhou Yu, you want to fight for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Qian respectfully replied, yes, all this time, our boat region has been purchasing the materials needed to build the battleships through the Dispatch Chamber of Commerce or the main Chamber of Commerce. However, these materials have passed through the hands of several Chamber of Commerce. Thus we have to rely on favors and spots. We have no choice but to compete for them. Old Trader Yi frowned. The boat region's increased cost of materials is far less than the resources given to the main Chamber of Commerce every year. You guys are losing out even more. Zhou Xian was helpless. It's still better than changing the spots for some people. Spots? Lu Yin did not understand. Zhou Qian lowered his voice. Every expedition to the universe of consciousness has a limited number of spots. Any cultivator who wants to walk the path of a powerhouse has to go through this hurdle. These cultivators have monstrous backgrounds, and the people behind them want them to gain experience but are unwilling to let them go. Otherwise, it would be normal for them to die in the universe of consciousness. Thus, many people have protectors. Sometimes, there are more protectors than the cultivators who go to the universe of consciousness for the first time. This is not allowed by Beyond Heaven, so they can only arrange for protectors to enter the universe of consciousness through certain methods. We have a way. The battleships were built by us, so we won't be discovered if we put more people in. Lu Yin understood. Isn't this better for the boat region? Zhou Qian bitterly replied, we can gain many benefits, but once we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. There are many people who have their eyes on the boat region, and the Heavens Craftsman realm has always wanted to replace us. There's also the Imperial Spirit Mountain, who has tried many times to snatch the right to build the battleships. My father's personality is unyielding and he's already offended many people. In the end, there's only one way, which is to compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce and obtain the materials as soon as possible. Your first time competing? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Qian replied, yes, my first time. It doesn't seem like your first time. Lu Yin was skeptical. Zhou Qian was speechless and he glanced at the youth beside him. This is a child. Me this. Needless to say, everyone understood that the kid was really flirting with Qingyun, and Zhou Qian had simply let him be. Old Tao sighed. This is indeed the barbarian's style. He doesn't know how to effectively compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce, so he uses the simplest and most direct method. Snatch. Lu Yin laughed. The Imperial Spirit Mountain wants to snatch the right to build the battleships? It's just building the battleships. At this point he paused for a moment as he recalled that Zhou Yu could use his understanding of the battleships to squeeze in more people. This was probably what the Imperial Spirit Mountain wanted. Not only did they target the consciousness universe, but they might also target the Tianyuan universe. Just imagine, if the first invasion of the Tianyuan universe had not been limited to the three Sang heavens, or if there had been more sequence low realm powerhouses, or even more primordial realm powerhouses, or even one or two bitter adversity powerhouses, the direction of the war would have been different. Zhou Yu's impression of the Tianyuan universe was the same as the other spiritualized cultivators, but the Imperial Spirit Mountain was different. They represented the will of Yu Sang Tian, and perhaps they had their own selfish motives as well. Once the Imperial Spirit Mountain obtained the right to build the battleships, it would mean that the spiritualized cultivators would have a great influence in the war. This was not something that Lu Yin wanted to see, as he knew that the Imperial Spirit Mountain was the little spiritual universe. No matter how small the universe was, it was hard to say how many powerhouses it had developed to this point. Why had he kept Rumu? He knew that Rumu came from the Imperial Spirit Mountain and that following him would not be a good thing, but he still kept her around. Similarly, having her by his side would not be a good thing for the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Just as she had said, she could bring him to the Imperial Spirit Mountain. This was the biggest reason why she had stayed behind. Lu Yin walked to the window where another fierce battle had broken out outside. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce seemed to be an internal affair of Yi Sang Tian's Chamber of Commerce, but it was actually related to many powers in the spiritualized universe. The atmosphere was quiet and everyone knew that Lu Yin was thinking. Zhou Qian did not understand what Lu Yin was thinking. This was because his vision had determined that he could only see the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin could clearly see the three universes. He looked at Yu Sang Tian, the powerhouse who had decided everything. After a while, Zhou Yu and the others gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Qian gave them a look, telling them not to move, especially the young man who was his son. He was also afraid and did not dare to move, pretending to be unconscious. What price are you planning to pay to get a spot in the Chamber of Commerce? Lu Yin asked. The silence made him uncomfortable, but when Lu Yin spoke up he felt better. 8 billion spiritual seeds per year. Old Sly Yi shook his head. You're losing too much. Zhou Qian was helpless. There's no other way. We're losing out here, but there's less pressure elsewhere. Old Tao sighed. It's good to be rich. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Lu Yin looked at old Sly Yi. What about you? Old Sly Yi was stunned. Me? No, it's the boss who makes the decision. They were not stupid and there was no need to hide anything. Old Tao and the others knew that Zhou Xian would definitely be able to see through their identities. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. Old Tao probed. How about we also bid 8 billion? That's too little, Lu Yin said. Old Tao and Old Sly Yi looked at each other. Then how much does the boss want to bid? Lu Yin was certain. I think this Chamber of Commerce quota is very interesting. If we get it, Zhou Yu will have priority in providing whatever materials he needs. Zhou Qian was shocked. He did not understand what Lu Yin meant or why he was helping Zhou Yu, but he sighed in relief. No matter what the reason was, they had passed this hurdle today. 50 billion, Lu Yin said calmly. Everyone was shocked. Even the calm Qing Yun and Ru Mu were shocked. The young man who was pretending to be unconscious on the ground almost jumped up. 50 billion? What kind of concept was that? Zhou Yu's main business was making battleships and they did not lack money. Even so, they had only bid 8 billion. 20 years would be 160 billion, which was a terrifying price. If they gave it away to the main Chamber of Commerce, they would directly bid 50 billion? Was he crazy? Wasn't this giving away more money to the main Chamber of Commerce? Even if they gave away all their earnings, it would not be enough even if they increased the price by several times. Old Sly Yi was stunned. When they had won the competition, the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had only bid 6 billion. 50 billion was more than enough to sell off the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce of that era. Boss, isn't this a little too much? Old Sly Yi probed. Yi Yener blinked. 50 billion was an exaggeration. Lu Yin's back was to the others. I want it to be foolproof. Just bid, don't worry about money. Old Sly Yi looked at Old Tao. Old Tao nodded. Understood. Do as the boss says. Zhou Qian and the rest retreated and Old Tao and the rest left as well. Only Lu Yin was left in the room. Lu Yin stared into the distance. Was 50 billion a lot? Of course it was, but it did not matter. 50 billion for Yi Songtian's life was not much. Lu Yin did not plan to pay a single cent. Since he was here and Yi Sangtian was once one of the top experts in the world, he naturally wanted to compare notes. Comparing notes meant life and death. 50 billion for his own life. Oh, not 50 billion but 1 trillion. 20 years, a total of 1 trillion for his own life. If someone could solve a problem with money, he could solve it with his fists. If he did not have the ability, he would be called a scoundrel. If he had the ability, he would be called domineering. Yi Sangtian organized the competition for the Chamber of Commerce every 20 years, and he did not give back the entry resources. He relied on this strength. Without this strength, where would he get the courage to not give back? Everyone was the same. Chapter 35-45. On the other side, Yi Lao went to find Old Tao. What's the meaning of this? Old Tao patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You'll definitely get the quota. Sometimes it'll be great to follow Master. Yi Lao's eyes flashed. Master doesn't plan on giving out any resources, right? Old Tao smiled. Of course. Why wouldn't he? If Master does, let's see if Yi Sangtian dares to take it. Yi Lao smiled bitterly. As expected, he finally understood. Forget 50 billion, he would even dare to say 5 trillion. This was the third master of the Dayu Villa, and he was invincible. If he had such strength, then what about Yi Sangtian? Yi Yener was full of admiration. Master is too powerful. So domineering. Old Tao laughed. Little girl, don't fall in love with Master. You'll suffer. Yi Yener pouted. I'm just admiring Master's might. Ancestor, we haven't been so carefree in a long time. No, we've never been so carefree. Yi Lao sighed. In this universe, fists decide everything. Days passed as they waited for the quota to be allocated. Occasionally, there would be a merchant guild that would approach 100 Leaves Merchant Guild to test them, but they would be rejected by Yi Lao. Ever since the test in the boat region ended, these merchant guilds had tried to find out more about 100 Leaves Merchant Guild, but they had not used any methods. They did not dare offend a sequence law realm powerhouse, and it was obvious that 100 Leaves Merchant Guild was not just a simple merchant guild. A few days later, blood flowed like a river in a merchant guild, and the stench of blood spread everywhere, attracting people from the main merchant guild. It was a familiar face, a young man who was glowing with an arrogant aura. He had seen this person before. When Lu Yin had stolen Qing Yun, this person had tried to stop him. If not for a sequence law realm powerhouse dragging him away, he would have died. Was this person from the main merchant guild? What's going on? Rong Hua's face was gloomy, and the light around his body fluctuated. Many people surrounded him and they all looked terrified. Young Master Rong, this should be the residence of Myriad Cloud Merchant Guild. They're all dead now, someone replied. Rong Hua looked at the blood that flowed to the soles of his feet and looked around. Everyone, you've gone too far. You can use some methods to fight for control of the Chamber of Commerce, but to do it so openly, you're looking down on the Chamber of Commerce. For a long time, the competition for a spot in the conference was fierce. Before the official competition, many companies would disappear. Some would be exterminated and some would be merged. This was very normal. The most exaggerated one time was when more than half of the companies were exterminated or merged, but the commotion was not so big. Even if it was the extermination Chamber of Commerce, it was impossible for blood to flow like a river. Instead, it would be done quietly without anyone noticing, giving face to the main Chamber of Commerce. But at this moment, this massacre caused the Chamber of Commerce to lose face. It was not the first time that those who could compete for the Chamber of Commerce were here, so they knew the rules. Obviously, someone had passed. Rong Hua led the people of the Chamber of Commerce to investigate, but how could they find anything? The 100 Leaves Merchant Association had also been investigated. Facing a sequence law powerhouse like Old Tao, there was definitely a great deal of suspicion. However, without any evidence, it was useless to say anything. In the end, Rong Hua only gave a warning, specifically reminding Yi Sangtian that he would come at any time. After Rong Hua left, Lu Yin glanced at one of the courtyards in the restaurant. That was where the person who had attacked had come from. The tiny Chamber of Commerce. That courtyard belonged to a Chamber of Commerce called the Tiny Chamber of Commerce. This name was just like the attack this time. It seemed careless, but it was also full of provocation. However, Rong Hua could not determine the strength of the person who had attacked from that courtyard. From the looks of it, they were only at the level of a spirit warrior. Strangely, after the person had destroyed the Myriad Cloud Chamber of Commerce, he had bowed in Lu Yin's direction. Was this a coincidence? Lu Yin did not believe that this tiny Chamber of Commerce knew of his existence. The next day that person attacked again and blood flowed like a river. He stood in a pool of blood and bowed respectfully in Lu Yin's direction. There was nothing wrong with his actions. Lu Yin's gaze landed on this person. This person was full of respect and reverence towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions and continued to watch. He did not stop this person either. This was the world of cultivation. Some people lived and others died. Meddling in other people's affairs was not something one could meddle in. Furthermore, this was a spiritualized universe, so the messier it was, the better. Rong Hua led the people of the Chamber of Commerce over again. This time he was furious and swore to find the culprit and pay the price. However, after searching for a while, he could not find anyone. Over the next few days, 2 more chambers of commerce were massacred. The person who had attacked would stand in a pool of blood and bow to Lu Yin each time before leaving. This time it was not just Rong Hua who had come. An old man had come as well. When he saw the old man arrive, Yi Lao's expression turned solemn. Elder Rong is here as well. Lu Yin looked at the old man. He was a spirit prime. This person was the only spirit prime that the Chamber of Commerce had. During the battle at the border, Yi Sangtian had led the Grand Domain Chamber of Commerce to attack, and this person had not participated. Old Tao said, he's called Rong Xiang, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. Yi Sangtian is not in the Grand Domain, so he's the one in charge. He did not participate in the battle at the border and has been overseeing the Chamber of Commerce the entire time. The Chamber of Commerce still had some confidence. Lu Yin looked at the old man. There was no lack of sequence law realm experts among the 7 great organizations. The most powerful one was Mei Sangtian, followed by a spirit prime. The Grand Domain Chamber of Commerce had Yi Sangtian, so it was not surprising that a primordial realm expert would appear. Rong Xiang looked at the rivers of blood. Behind him, Rong Hua wanted to say something, but Rong Xiang stopped him. A breeze swept through the restaurant and everyone. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. This old man wanted to check everyone's strength and see if there were any hidden experts. Old Tao, Yi Lao and the others would all be seen through, but not Lu Yin. As for the courtyard, the person who had attacked had already left. The remaining people were very ordinary. He had come late. Xiang did not say anything, but he did not leave either. He stayed here. With Xiang here, there would naturally be no more bloodshed. In 2 days, the competition for the positions of the Chamber of Commerce would begin. At that time, Xianxia would appear. That night, people from the small Chamber of Commerce came to visit. The leader was a very young woman. Her face was disguised and even Xiang could not see through her. I'm Yususu. Greetings to the third master of Dayu Manor. The woman bowed respectfully. She had come alone. Lu Yin looked at her. Yususu? The daughter of the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce's president Yu Ting? Yususu smiled. It's my honor to be recognized by the third master. Lu Yin looked at her. You actually took the initiative to look for me. Was the matter of the past few days done by your Four-Horse Commerce? Yususu respectfully replied, I took the initiative to look for you to clarify the matter of Yueching. My Four-Horse Commerce definitely did not send anyone to 100 Herb region. If there was any deceit, I will die a horrible death. Lu Yin laughed. If I confirm that the matter of Yueching was done by your Four-Horse Commerce, no one will be able to stop me. Your oath is meaningless. Yususu respectfully replied, I'm standing here. This is the greatest sincerity of our Four-Horse Commerce. If the third master still does not believe me, you can have my father stand in front of you personally for you to investigate. Lu Yin was surprised. Is there a need for that? Since you were able to find me, someone must have warned you to leave before I came. Many people say that my Dayu Manor will be destroyed sooner or later. Your Four-Horse Commerce has the ability to find the materials to create the sequence foundation. Even if you wait, you won't weaken. It's safer to come out after we are destroyed. Yususu looked at Lu Yin. Her gaze was calm. If you did not do it, why did you hide? Retreating for the sake of advancing is useless against me. We will find a way to investigate this matter. With the third master's bearing, you will not ignore the real culprit just to vent your anger. Lu Yin indifferently said, if it really was not done by your Four-Horse Commerce, then clearly someone is guiding me. Yususu said, someone wants to use the third master to deal with my Four-Horse Commerce. Even if the third master can tolerate it, we will not let this person go. Third master, please do not worry. My Four-Horse Commerce will definitely not become enemies with Dayu Manor. We are just a commerce, nothing more. The corner of Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked deeply at Yususu. Yususu did not avoid him at all. She stared back at Lu Yin without any ripples in her eyes. After a while, Lu Yin's karma spiral appeared on his fingertip and shot towards Yususu. Even Xiang, a primordial realm expert, would not be able to sense Lu Yin's actions. It was even more impossible for Yususu to sense it. The karma spiral pierced through. Lu Yin's gaze deepened as he looked at the karma thread. If there was a cause, there would be an effect. If this matter was related to the Four-Horse Commerce, then unless the Four-Horse Commerce had hidden it from Yususu, Lu Yin would definitely have seen through it. In the end, there was no karma. Yususu had a cause, but the effect had nothing to do with her. The karma threads collided and could not reach a conclusion. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yin looked at Yususu with a gentler gaze. What you are doing now is not something a commerce should do. Yususu keenly sensed the change in Lu Yin and sighed in relief. She smiled. Third master, you just need to watch the show. This is a grudge between our Four-Horse Commerce and the main commerce. As she spoke, she took out her cosmic ring and placed it on the table respectfully. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Lu Yin smiled. Bribe me? Yususu smiled. We dare not. We are a commerce and have nothing to take out. Third master is invincible in spiritualization and Four-Horse Commerce respects you. This is just a token of appreciation. Lu Yin naturally took out the cosmic ring and opened it. He was shocked when he glanced at it. 1,000,000,000 spirit seeds. Yususu bowed. For horse commerce is only a commerce and we can only take out spirit seeds. Please understand, third master. Lu Yin put down the cosmic ring and looked at Yususu. Spirit seeds are useless to me. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, I accept your goodwill. I also enjoy watching the show. You should investigate the matter regarding Yueching as soon as possible. Otherwise, this show might land on your heads. Yususu said, I understand. Thank you, third master. She then slowly left. Lu Yin picked up the cosmic ring again and looked at the spirit seed inside. He had not seriously looked at this thing before. The Tianyuan universe used star crystals to cultivate, while the spiritualized universe used spirit seeds. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Could he cultivate a spirit seed? Chapter 35-46. A spirit seed could shed a spirit to give birth to a spiritualized weapon or talent. The one true God had snatched the turbid spirit seed bestowed by the heavens. He had used this method to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Grand Empyrean and also to cultivate using the spirit seed. He had cultivated so much power, so why not try and see if this spirit seed could be cultivated? Thinking of this, Lu Yin exhaled and took out a spirit seed. As he looked at it, he became engrossed in it. He tried to put the spirit seed into his body, but the most awkward question was, where should he put it? He looked for Old Tao. Spirit seed. Old Tao was confused. Does the owner want to cultivate a spirit seed? Lu Yin said, study it. Old Tao was speechless. Only when a normal person starts cultivating and puts a spirit seed into their body can they cultivate. Those who have a cultivation foundation can't do it because the spirit seed is too weak the moment it enters the body. It's so weak that it can even break a normal person's heart. That's why you can't cultivate just because you have a spirit seed. Some people can only start cultivating after 1, 2, or 3 tries. Some people are born with special constitutions and only succeed after dozens of tries. The owner is already a cultivator, so it's impossible for him to put a spirit seed into his body. Lu Yin didn't believe him. Just tell me how. Anything works as long as it enters the body. Lu Yin ate it and it broke the moment it entered his body. He tried again and tore a wound on his hand. The spirit seed entered his body, but it broke the moment it touched his blood. He tried again and again. Even if he wrapped it with his own power, the spirit seed would break as soon as he opened it. If he didn't open it, how could he cultivate? Just as Old Tao said, the spirit seed was too weak. It was so weak that it couldn't be cultivated. There's only one type of spirit seed? Yes. Is there no way to find a stronger spirit seed? Old Tao was confused. No, there's only one type of spirit seed since ancient times. Lu Yin thought of the turbid spirit seed bestowed by the heavens. If that was the case, he should be able to cultivate it. It would give him a second chance to spirit molt, which was equivalent to having another spiritualized weapon or talent. When he felt the one true God's power, he should have succeeded in putting a spirit seed into his body. Even his own strength had recovered a lot. He wondered what it would be like when he saw the only true God again. Old Tao left. He knew that Lu Yin was invincible and could do what others couldn't, but cultivating with a spirit seed was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Even Xianxia couldn't do it. Otherwise, who wouldn't want an extra chance to shed a spirit? The more talented a person was, the more powerful a spiritualized weapon or spiritualized talent could be born from a spirit molt. The main method of battle for spiritualized universes was to follow a unified cultivation method, reaching the apex of the laws of sequence, reaching the primordial realm, and even overcoming the tribulation realm. What supported this was the power of spirit molting. If there really was a spirit seed that could enter a cultivator's body, the strength of a spiritualized universe would not be as simple as doubling. Instead, it would undergo a metamorphosis, a complete metamorphosis. Just thinking about it made him excited. No matter how powerful the head of the household was, he couldn't do it. Although Lu Yin's battle prowess was unparalleled and his talent was top-notch, he wasn't truly omnipotent. Even someone as strong as Xianxia was wary of the way of karma. After trying for 2 days until the competition for the Chamber of Commerce was about to start, he still couldn't find a way to let the spirit seeds enter his body. He had no choice but to store all the spirit seeds on the land in the starry sky in his heart. As for the cosmic ring, there was no need for it as he had no intention of spending any money in the spiritualized universe. Why had he placed them in his heart? In the starry sky, he wanted to ensure that the energy would not circulate in the spiritualized universe. In the Genesis space, star crystals and star essence could be artificially created, and they could also be found. This was because the power of star energy only existed in the Genesis space, and it would disappear once it left the Genesis space. When a cultivator cultivated, battled, or died, their energy would evaporate in the starry sky in a way that was not visible to the naked eye. In the end, it would follow the laws of the universe and condense into star energy ores or float in the starry sky for the cultivator to absorb. Lu Yin did not know if this would happen to the spirit seeds as well. To prevent this from happening, he had placed all the spirit seeds in the starry sky in his heart. That way, even if they shattered and evaporated, they would not flow into the spiritualized universe. This thought gave Lu Yin another idea. If he took away all the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe, wouldn't there be no one to carry on the spiritualized universe? How could they cultivate without spirit seeds? When he thought of this, Lu Yin excitedly participated in the competition for the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia had already arrived. At this moment, everyone in Bai City looked in one direction, which was the center of the city. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce would be held there. Even though every Chamber of Commerce had paid a huge price to participate, and there were many chambers of commerce gathered here, including the powers that used their names, it did not attract much attention from the spiritualized universe. The only thing that could possibly attract attention was Yi Sang-Tian's appearance. He was no longer called Yi Sang-Tian but rather President Yi. Yishang had already lost his position. This was the first time Yishang had made an official appearance after losing his position. Out of the 11 chambers of commerce, only 11 chambers of commerce were participating in the competition. There were originally 46 chambers of commerce on the list, but more than half of them have disappeared in just a few days, Yi Zichen sighed. Yi Yener looked at the various chambers of commerce in front of her. Some of them looked over, but she was not afraid. She just stared at them and those who did not seem to be doing much. Anyone who could enter this place was not simple. Lu Yin casually sat in a corner as this angle was suitable for watching the show. The people from the boat region did not come. Lu Yin had already instructed the 100 Leaves to sell the materials for the battleships to the boat region as soon as possible after becoming the Chamber of Commerce. They did not doubt Lu Yin's ability to obtain a spot in the Chamber of Commerce. Yususu arrived with the people from the small chambers of commerce and bowed to Lu Yin from afar. The surrounding chambers of commerce were very quiet and did not interact with each other until the people from the main chamber of commerce arrived. The leader was Rong Xiang, followed by Rong Hua and the rest of the cultivators from the main chamber of commerce. The competition was held casually. 20 years was too short for cultivators. This was just a way for the main chamber of commerce to make money, so there was no need to make it too grand. As long as Yishang was not in seclusion or fighting, he would appear every time, which was already a great honor. Rong Xiang stood at the front and scanned the various chambers of commerce. The competition for the Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. Many things have happened in the past few days and I don't know which of you did it. It's best if you don't get found out, or I'll let you know the rules of the main Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had absolute control over the competition, and they did not care what the other chambers of commerce thought. They only cared about their own dignity and earning money. Please, President, Rong Xiang slowly retreated. Rong Hua and the rest of the cultivators from the main chamber of commerce trembled and bowed slightly. Below them, the competing chambers of commerce had solemn expressions. Yisang no Yishang was about to appear. Even though he had lost to Yinan of Tianshou and lost his title, he was still an expert at Sang Tian's level. This was because, in the entire spiritualized universe, there were not many who could fight against him. The void distorted and Lu Yin saw the round-faced elder again. He was chubby and looked like a businessman. There was a smile on his face and he did not show any emotions even though he had lost his Sang Tian position. Instead it was written all over his face that amiability would bring wealth. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. This was not the first time he had interacted with this person, and they had even fought more than once in the past 37 years. At the border of the spiritualized universe, this person's sequence foundation had been stolen, which was probably the reason he had lost his Sang Tian position. Many people in the outside world were investigating the sealed realm's whereabouts. It had always been under Yishang's control, and now that he had lost his Sang Tian position, he no longer had the right to control the sequence foundation. Many eyes were focused on this. However, the sealed realm had never appeared, and Beyond Heaven had not expressed its stance. The Zhikong realm, Tianshou, and the main chamber of commerce had jointly put on a show and allowed Yinan to take his position. What would Yishang gain from this? If everything went smoothly and Yinan replaced Yishang, how would the Zhikong realm manipulate the relationship between the three? Lu Yin did not ask Elder Yu as he would not get an answer even if he did. That old man was very sinister. Yishang appeared and his gaze swept past everyone. Paused on Lu Yin and then on Yususu. Clearly he could see the problem that Rong Xiang could not. Let's begin. Yishang did not waste any time and only spoke 3 words. He looked at Lu Yin again and nodded imperceptibly as a greeting. He knew that Lu Yin would come, as Elder Yu had reminded him to investigate the deaths of 8 Willows and Yi Yao. He had not wanted to stay as he was extremely wary of Lu Yin. The battle at the border had left him terrified. However, there were some people that he could not avoid. During the border battle, he had been schemed against by Yu Xian, which had caused the Grand Chamber of Commerce's strength to completely collapse. In the entire spiritualized universe, he was one of the 7 powers that had clashed with the Dayu Villa for the first time, and he had a deep understanding of how terrifying the Dayu Villa was. Yu Xian's side had already been reduced to such a state, which was why he had agreed to Elder Yu's suggestion to give up his position to Yi Nan. Otherwise, Sky's hand would be able to suppress the Grand Chamber of Commerce. As for the Dayu Villa, as long as the Grand Chamber still existed, he would not be able to escape. He could only face them head-on. After the battles at Spatial Abyss and South Tour Realm, he knew that he was not the Third Master's opponent. His Sequence Foundation had been stolen and he could not take it back. However, he had to face this person as well. It was not a matter of life or death, but rather he could not avoid him. Even if he avoided him this time, he would still encounter him next time. He could only hope that this person would not cause trouble for him out of respect for the Jikong realm. I won't say much about the rules. Everyone start bidding. Zhou Xian had already presided over many competitions between the chambers of commerce, so the process was very simple. Every chamber of commerce just had to write down a price for him to see, and it was easy to pick out the 5 with the highest bids. Soon the bidding ended. Zhou Xian looked at the bids in front of him and was stunned. 1 spirit seed, and it was still 1 spirit seed. The bid was actually 1 spirit seed? Was this a joke? 11 chambers of commerce and 10 bids for 1 spirit seed? This was playing with the Grand Chamber of Commerce, and it was no longer a matter of low bids. This was a provocation. Among the bids, there was one that was particularly eye-catching. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had bid 50 billion spirit seeds. Zhou Xian looked at the bid, and the 50 billion spirit seeds were especially eye-catching. He stared at Lu Yin and calmly showed the bid to Yishang. Something was wrong. Someone was targeting the Grand Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 3547. When Yishang saw the bid, he did not care about the 50 billion spirit seeds from the 100 Leaves Association. That was Lu Yin's and he automatically ignored it. He looked up and glanced at Yu. You did this. As he spoke, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire venue. Aside from Lu Yin's side, the entire venue was enveloped by Yishang's pressure. Regardless of whether Yishang had the Xianxia position or not, his strength in Ku AI was real. In the battle of invading the Tianyuan universe, there were very few who could stop Yishang at the border. This pressure was not earth-shattering, but it was enough to make people unable to raise their heads. The people from the various associations were suppressed, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were extremely regretful that they had participated in this competition and been sandwiched between 2 giants. Yu looked at Yishang without fear. Long time no see, senior. Where's your father? Yishang asked calmly. Yu smiled. Father is naturally resting at home. Yishang praised her. You're so young, but your courage surpasses others. In the entire spiritualized universe, not many people can compare to you in terms of vision and bearing, let alone cultivation talent. However, I'm very curious. What makes your 4-horse association think that you can compete with me? Just because I lost the Xianxia position? Yu said solemnly. The Chamber of Commerce will not weaken just because Senior lost the position of Xianxia. Even if Senior did not lose the position of Xianxia, this day would have come sooner or later. My 4-horse commerce has been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone knows that my 4-horse association specializes in finding foundation materials for the realm beyond heaven, which is why we have our current status. This is the foundation of my association, but Senior, with the main association's ability to control all the associations in the spiritualized universe, you are intercepting foundation materials layer by layer to compete with my 4-horse association. If you don't act now, my 4-horse association might be crushed by the main association. Yishang's round face revealed a smile. I've already said that I would let your 4-horse association merge with the main association, but Yu Ting is stubborn. As his daughter, you should be thinking for the 4-horse association. Or do you think that such trivial methods can make me back down? Yususu smiled and said, "Compared to senior, this little girl is like a toddler learning how to walk. There is no comparison at all. But even if I'm a toddler, if I have a weapon that even adults can't block, I'll still be a threat. At the very least, I can die together with you." Yishang's eyes flashed as a terrifying pressure bore down on Yususu. Beside Yususu, the old man stood up. He completely withstood the pressure and coughed. "Old friend, be gentle. How many more years do these old bones want to live?" Yishang looked at the old man in surprise. "Xianxia, you're not dead yet?" The old man chuckled and looked at Yishang. "No matter what, we're comrades. It's impolite to curse me to death when we meet." In the corner, old Tao was astonished. "Xianxia, he's actually still alive. Soon, I won't be able to live for much longer." Luyin looked at the old man. He was a spiritual prime and was close to death. "You know him?" Old Tao exclaimed. "I've seen him once a long time ago. He's an expert of the same generation as Xianxia, and they once participated in the expedition to the universe of consciousness. It's said that this person isn't good at killing, but he's extremely defensive. With his protection, there's almost no chance of anything happening. It's one thing for this person to be alive, but he's actually protecting that girl from the four-horse chamber of commerce. It seems like the rumors are true." "What rumor?" Qingxiao was curious. Old Tao said in a low voice, "The four-horse chamber of commerce has received the protection of the realm beyond heaven. They have experts secretly protecting them, and those experts are all people who are close to death. They're just like those old fellows in the Gate of Arts who are waiting to die. These old fellows don't have much ability to fight outside, and they might die if they make a move. If someone comes knocking, they'll still be earth-shattering." Xianxia turned to look at the corner. "Don't keep calling them old fellows. They're not that old. They're just nearing the end of their lives." Old Tao laughed awkwardly, embarrassed that he had been overheard. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Yishang. "Old friend, the main chamber of commerce has earned enough under your leadership. Give them some leeway. The four-horse chamber of commerce only wants to monopolize the sequence foundation materials and protect their own position. There's no need to make things so tense." Yususu spoke up. "As long as senior agrees, the spiritualized universe will no longer compete with our four-horse chamber of commerce for the sequence foundation materials. The four-horse chamber of commerce is willing to pay the price for today's incident to appease senior's anger." Yishang looked deeply at Yususu. "Do you think that you'll be fine with Xianxia protecting you? If I want to kill you, he won't be able to stop me." Xianxia was helpless. "That's why we chose this time. We just lost Zhang Tian's position. If news of the main Chamber of Commerce's unstable position were to spread, and the dispatch of the competition for a mere spiritual seed were to spread, what kind of image do you think the main Chamber of Commerce would have? With one four-horse Chamber of Commerce, there will be a second one. You know very well how many other chambers of commerce there are. I'm nearing the end of my life. Old friend, what about you? You'll be reaching your end soon." Yishang's round face sank completely. "You were only ordered to protect Yuting. When did you protect the entire four-horse chamber of commerce?" Yususu smiled sweetly. "I've already acknowledged Senior Xian as my master. He's my master." Yishang was shocked, then he laughed. Good. Yuting raised a good daughter. He was stubborn and not good with words, but I didn't expect his daughter to be so outstanding. If I didn't guess wrong, Yuting didn't agree to this at all. He believed that he could protect the four-horse chamber of commerce with his own abilities. Yususu was helpless. Father's way of thinking is sometimes very naive. I admire Zhikong region the most. They can see far. Yishang praised. Yuting is stupid, but his daughter is smart. There's nothing eternal in this world. He can protect the four-horse chamber of commerce with his own talent for a while, but he can't protect it forever. You can see far enough. Saying that, his eyes flashed. Have you thought of coming to my chamber of commerce? Yususu was puzzled. What does senior mean? Yishang said. Marry my grandson Xia. Yususu was shocked. She didn't expect Yishang to have such an idea. Xianxia was surprised. He looked at Yususu. This was doable. After all, he was nearing the end of his life. He liked this girl very much, so he agreed to participate in this matter. But if he died, what would happen to this girl? Even if she could protect the four-horse chamber of commerce, how could she protect herself? Yuting could have one daughter or two. There was one thing that Yususu and even Yishang were wrong. Yuting was not stupid, but he did not want to stand out. From the beginning to the end, he was passive in accepting the scheme against the Chamber of Commerce. However, only Xianxia, who had protected Yu Ting for a long time, could see that Yu Ting's passivity was actually his initiative. Yu Susu took the initiative to stand out to protect Yu Ting, but Yu Ting wanted her to do so. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce was forced to agree not to compete with the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, and Yi Shang's anger would be borne by Yu Susu. From the beginning to the end, Yu Ting was an outsider, but he protected the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. As for Yu Susu's fate, it would depend on her luck. Xianxia could see it, but he could not stop it. Yu Susu sincerely wanted to protect the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, and also sincerely wanted to protect her father. He could not interfere in this matter. But if Yu Susu married Wuxia, then it would be different. Old friend, are you serious? Xianxia looked at Yi Shang seriously. Yi Shang's round face revealed a smile again. I am not lying. Xianxia looked at Yu Susu and suppressed his excitement. Girl. Yu Susu looked at Xianxia and said something. In the corner, Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What was going on? How could it develop to this point? If these two families were to form a marriage alliance, the spiritualized universe commerce would be unified, and it would be easier to gather resources in the future. This would not be a good thing for the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia hoped that Yu Susu would agree. Yu Susu's expression was one of confusion. She had not expected things to turn out this way. Yi Shang said, marry Wuxia and the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce will still be the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Whether or not you join the Chamber of Commerce, it will not affect the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce's status. Yu Susu looked at Yi Shang, who was smiling and looking very sincere. I'm sorry, senior, but I cannot agree to this. Yi Shang's expression froze, and then it became gloomy as his eyes revealed a cold glint. Xianxia looked at Yu Susu's side profile and sighed. He had forgotten that the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce was able to reach where it was today because of Sky Beyond. Sky Beyond supported the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce because Yu Ting could find those precious materials. But if the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce joined forces, what would Sky Beyond think? Sky Beyond could support Yu Ting, but it could also give up on the entire Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Yu Susu cared about the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, but Xianxia knew that Yu Ting could ignore the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. At worst, he could just rebuild it. As for Yu Susu, his daughter, Yu Ting had already given up on her from the moment she had taken the initiative to scheme against the Chamber of Commerce. Net Yu Ting still valued himself the most. Without Yu Ting and the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, Yu Susu would be nothing. What was the point of marrying Wuxia? A person could have additional value, but one could not allow that additional value to exceed one's own value. Otherwise, who would be more important? Would a person still be that person? Yu Susu's value was reflected in the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce and Yu Ting. If she lost these, then her bearing and consideration would be worthless in Yi Shang's eyes, unless she had the strength of Sang Tian. Even if Yu Ting lost everything, as long as he was still alive, he would still be of the greatest value. Yi Shang would not fail to understand this, but he had still raised this condition. This was just a counterattack against what had happened today. If Yu Susu could not see this clearly, then what awaited her would be the fate of being abandoned. Regardless of whether it was the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce or the main Chamber of Commerce, there would be no place for her. This was a game. Yu Susu had schemed against the main Chamber of Commerce, and Yi Shang had schemed against her. They had all seen through each other's intentions, and only Xianxia had not been able to see it clearly at first. Lu Yin praised, as expected of a merchant. You were able to kill your opponent with just a few words. He had originally wanted to ruin it, but there was no need for that now. Yu Susu was smarter than he had thought. This universe had no lack of smart people. The Tianyuan universe's ancestor Hui, the one true god Xianxia, or Wang Wen Wei Rong, and the others. The spiritualized universes Yu Sang Tian, Yi Shang, Elder Yu, and the others were all smart people. If one was not careful, they could be schemed against. Some people did not seem to be very smart, but that was only because outsiders could not see it. The Grand Empyrean was one such person. Many people had called her a stupid woman, but in the end, the Grand Empyrean had saved the entire Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, no matter how smart Ancestor Hui was, no matter how talented Lu Yin was, no matter how powerful the primogenitor was, they would not have been able to stop the one true god at his peak. The Grand Empyrean had her own path. No matter what she did, her name was Tai Hong, and she would not lose to anyone. Lu Yin sighed. He really wanted to call her a stupid woman again. Chapter 35-48. In the field, Yususu's rejection caused the atmosphere to freeze. Yususu's expression was solemn. Senior E, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't be standing here today. Just disrupting a competition is meaningless, what do you think? Yishang looked deeply at Yususu. You want to die together with me? The other chambers of commerce listened quietly, not daring to act rashly. They were curious, where did four-horse commerce get the confidence to die together with the main chamber of commerce? Even though Yishang was no longer Xianxia, he was still an absolute expert, for horse commerce did not have any experts that could go against Yishang. Xianxia could only protect Yususu, and even at his peak he was not Yishang's match. Yususu shook her head. If possible, no one wants to do that. I hope Senior E can give four-horse commerce a chance. The main chamber of commerce has earned enough. There is no need to control the entire spiritualized universe chamber of commerce. Yishang sneered. Junior, who do you think you are? You want to die together with this old man? Do you have the qualifications? Yususu's gaze was cold. Senior E, you don't believe me? Yishang's eyes widened. What qualifications does your four-horse commerce have to die together with this old man? No matter what, I was once Xianxia, below one person above millions of people, and you want to threaten me with this four-horse commerce? You are too naive. Seeing that you dared to face this old man, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for taking action. I know you are not doing this for the resources of the Sequence Foundation and definitely not for four-horse commerce, but what you want is not with me. Xianxia stood in front of Yususu and looked at Yishang solemnly. Old friend, there is no need for this four-horse commerce. A golden pen appeared in Yishang's hand. He pointed at Xianxia. If I let you leave safely, how will this old man establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Do you really think the position of Xianxia is so easy to obtain? Xianxia, you also wanted to fight for the position of Xianxia. I will let you see how big the gap is. Yususu's face turned pale. Why is he not here yet? Since that is the case, Senior E, there are some things that others do not know but our four-horse commerce knows. The materials of the Sequence Foundation are inclined towards the laws. Do you really want me to say it? Yishang's pupils constricted as bone-deep killing intent flashed within his eyes. Xianxia was surprised. He did not know about this. He knew how Yususu had schemed against the Chamber of Commerce, but he did not know where Yususu's confidence came from. Only now did he know that it had something to do with the Sequence Foundation. In that case, where is the Gate of Arts? A figure suddenly appeared, and the moment he did, the rest of the people from the Chamber of Commerce fainted. Only Lu Yin's corner remained conscious. Everyone looked over. Yishang's gaze turned cold. Zhang Ming. Xianxia frowned. The master of the Gate of Arts, Zhang Ming? Yususu heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally appeared. There were some things that she did not want to say until the very last moment. In the corner, Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. Was he Zhang Ming? He had conversed with Zhang Ming before, but he had never seen him before. He did not expect to see him in this competition. Old Trader Yi and the others were shocked. What was going on? It was just a competition for the Chamber of Commerce. Why did Xianxia come? Why were there so many top-notch experts present? When Zhang Ming appeared, he immediately looked towards the corner with a smile on his face. His weathered face looked amiable. Third Master, we finally meet. Lu Yin sized Zhang Ming up. You're Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming smiled. That's right. Lu Yin smiled. You don't look like Xianxia. Zhang Ming. He laughed. I'm old, but I still look like him when I was young. Lu Yin did not mind. Do what you need to do. Today's show is very interesting. Zhang Ming looked deeply at Lu Yin. I've made a fool of myself. After that he turned to look at Yishang. After exchanging glances he looked at Yususu and Xianxia. I will help you fight for the four-horse commerce from the main chamber of commerce. Go back. Yususu's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhang Ming. This was the result she wanted. Zhang Ming looked at Xianxia. Old friend, you should also return to the Gate of Arts. There will be someone to replace you at Yuting. Xianxia frowned. Yususu refused. My master can't leave. Zhang Ming said solemnly, little girl, don't go overboard. Some things are fine as long as you achieve your goal. You have already done something that is impossible for your age. If you continue, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yususu looked at Zhang Ming. This pressure was completely different from Yishang's. This pressure was so heavy that she could not breathe. Xianxia also felt the pressure. Of the 7 great Sang skies, Yishang was not good at killing. Zhonming was different. This master of the Gate of Arts also controlled the life and death of many old fellows. Facing Zhonming's pressure, Xianxia had no choice but to compromise. Sighing deeply, Xianxia patted Yususu's shoulder. Little girl, master can only accompany you to this point. There are some things that you have done your best. Yususu gritted her teeth, unwilling to give up. She looked at Xianxia with red eyes. Master, I promise to accompany you on this last journey. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. No need. I am content to accept you as my disciple before my death. Master's life has been mediocre. Although I have power close to the Sang skies and once dazzled the stars, it is very normal for people at this level. From you, Master saw another kind of life. Using small to win big, using wisdom and bearing to pry open the stars. You have done well enough. After that, he reminded her softly. Be careful of your father. He is not as pure as you think. Yususu trembled and looked at Xianxia in confusion. At this time, one of the people following Yususu walked out and handed the spirit cloud stone to Yususu. Miss, the president is looking for you. Yususu was surprised. At this time, Xianxia frowned. He had a bad premonition. Connecting the spirit cloud stone, an exasperated voice came from the other side. Damn girl, what are you doing? Where are you? Come back immediately. Yususu said, Father, the commerce's crisis has been resolved. I have already negotiated with the headquarters. From now on, the headquarters will no longer compete with us for the foundation materials. Shut up, what qualifications do you have to talk to the headquarters? I am not dead yet. An angry roar came from the other side. Yususu frowned. Father, it has been negotiated. Come back immediately. No, you are not in Bai City? Immediately apologize to Senior Yishang. If you do not receive his forgiveness, you will die in Bai City. I Yuting will treat it as I do not have a daughter like you. Xianxia closed his eyes. Sure enough. Not far away, Yishang's gaze was cold. What a good Yuting. Pushing his own daughter out to achieve his goal and pushing his own daughter out as a scapegoat. Zhonming was calm. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. Those old fellows on the verge of death, did they really think they were willing to go to the Gate of Arts? Many times they were forced to do so. To truly see a person clearly, one had to see how they faced death. Those old fellows could do anything before they died. In the corner, Qing Yun and the rest heard it. They could not help but clench their fists. As a father, how could he do this? His own daughter risked her life to fight for benefits. But he pushed his own daughter out to die? Lu Yin looked up. This was really a good show. Yususu's body turned cold. Her face was pale. Father, what did you say? Apologize to Senior Yishang immediately. If he does not forgive you, don't come back. My 4-horse commerce has always had a good relationship with the headquarters. Do we need you to do something unnecessary? I was wondering what kind of conspiracy you were hiding from me. So this is it. Do you really think you have the final say in 4-horse commerce? Yuting raged. Yususu did not dare to believe what she heard. Conspiracy? Her own father actually used this word to describe her? She had sacrificed so much for 4-horse commerce. How many years had it been? She had even given up on someone she liked. Now that she had faced Yishang and Zhonming, she had disregarded her life and death. Suddenly she thought of Xianxia's words. Xianxia felt bitter. Fi Shang was really willing to let this girl marry Yixia. How good would that be? Unfortunately, this girl's value was not as great as the additional value. 4-horse commerce relied on Yuting. It was supported by Yuting's spiritualization innate gift. Only Yuting could find the sequence foundation materials. Otherwise, how could 4-horse commerce compete with the headquarters? To Yuting, Yususu's only value had been shown. Yususu could manage 4-horse commerce, but so could others. As long as Yuting was around, no one would dare to offend 4-horse commerce. Yususu's bearing and courage had helped 4-horse commerce to obtain what they wanted. The headquarters did not compete with 4-horse commerce, and 4-horse commerce had succeeded. At this time it was time to resolve the conflict with the headquarters. After all, the headquarters' influence was too great. Yishang himself was an absolute expert, and at the same time he had the sect of arts. Yuting did not want to offend him, so he pushed Yususu out. 4-horse commerce would gain benefits, and would not offend the headquarters and the sect of arts. Yuting would not lose anything. The only loss would be Yususu, his daughter. But he was indifferent and did not care, which was equivalent to not losing anything. From the beginning to the end, the biggest winner was Yuting. He did not do anything, but he did everything. Xianxia could not help but snatch the spirit cloud stone and scolded angrily. Yuting, you are too despicable. You even betrayed your own daughter? Are you still a human? Yuting's tone was gloomy. Senior Xianxia, this is my four-horse commerce's matter. It has nothing to do with you. Please return to the sect of arts. Senior's time is almost up. I will not send Senior off. Xianxia was furious. Yususu felt powerless. She had suffered a great blow. Before this, she had faced Yi Shang and Zhang Ming with the strength of a Ling Zhan. She had not been afraid and had even explained to Lu Yin on behalf of four-horse commerce. She looked up at the sky, her gaze firm and fearless. But now she had been betrayed by the person closest to her, the person she wanted to protect the most. At this moment, her world had collapsed. The pain in her heart was indescribable. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and she almost fell. Xianxia quickly supported Yususu. Girl, don't be agitated. Yususu was bitter and tears fell. Master, did I do something wrong? Xianxia did not know how to answer. Was it wrong to sacrifice everything for the person closest to her? He did not know. Yi Shang clasped his hands behind his back, his voice calm. A rabbit barging into a wolf's den. The pack of wolves may be curious and afraid, but a rabbit is a rabbit. Can only be eaten. To be honest, I admire you. But you will never reach our height. If you had gone to Ring Sun City earlier, your magnanimity might have been able to subdue many people. Unfortunately, you have endured so much for four-horse commerce. You are too insignificant. Chapter 35-49. Yususu smiled bitterly. Her smile was miserable. Yishang was right. She thought that everything she had done had helped the four-horse Chamber of Commerce achieve their goal, but she had lost herself. She could have schemed against everyone, including Sang Tian, but she had missed out on Yuting. Yuting had already ended the call. His attitude had already made it clear that whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. Whether or not Yususu would apologize to Yi Shang, or whether or not she would be able to survive, none of these were within his scope of consideration. He only knew that from today onwards, the four-horse Chamber of Commerce would monopolize the field of sequence foundation materials. Daughter, if he wanted, he could have a lot. He was not a top-notch powerhouse. With a bang, Xianxia crushed the spirit cloud stone. That bastard. Zhang Ming was indifferent. Enough, Xianxia. Return to the Gate of Arts. This matter has nothing to do with you. He then turned to Yi Shang. Although the competition has been disrupted, I hope that the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild will still be one of them. There is no need to participate in the competition again. Yi Shang glanced at Lu Yin and the rest. Of course. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Third Elder, are you satisfied? After Lu Yin left, old trader Yi did not know how to feel. The competition had been disrupted, but they were not affected because of the Dayu Manor's strength. As for Yususu, he admired her. She was only at the level of a spiritual warrior while he was a spiritual mage. He could not do what Yususu did. This girl's courage and bearing were too outstanding. What a pity, what a pity. Yi Yener also felt that it was a pity and looked at Yususu sympathetically. Lu Yin and Zhang Ming looked at each other. Sure, I don't mind. Zhang Ming nodded. Xianxia, why are you not leaving? Xianxia held Yususu tightly. Girl, master will take you away. Yususu quickly grabbed Xianxia's arm and wiped her tears. Master, go. Xianxia whispered anxiously. Hurry up and leave with master. Master will send you away. Master, I can't leave. Leave by yourself. Disciple has a way to escape. Yususu whispered. Xianxia was puzzled. How? Yususu looked at Yi Shang. Senior Yi, well said. I am an ant, a rabbit caught in a pack of wolves. Yi Shang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yususu. Yususu was not afraid, but don't forget the rabbit's greatest advantage is that there are many of them. If I don't leave, what I want to say will spread throughout the spiritualized universe at the fastest speed possible. Miss, your people are being controlled. The person who gave Yususu the spirit cloud stone suddenly said. Yususu's heart sank. She looked at that person. What did you say? That person looked at Yususu, his eyes cold. Your people have long been controlled even. Yususu's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Father, it was her father again. Other than her father, no one else knew where she was. Father, why did you have to be so cruel? Xianxia slapped that person to death and grabbed Yususu. Let's go. Zhang Ming's eyes widened. Xianxia, you are courting death. Dark yellow lines appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body, protecting Yususu within. At the same time, Zhang Ming's palm landed on the lines, creating an earth-shattering sound. Bai City rippled as countless people vomited blood and fainted. The surrounding buildings were all destroyed. Xianxia protected Yususu tightly, causing cracks to appear on the dark yellow lines, but he did not care. He grabbed Yususu and soared into the sky. She is just a little girl, why do you have to force her to death? Zhang Ming's eyes were cold. A palm-sized flying knife condensed in front of him and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia pressed down with one palm. The dark yellow lines collided with the flying knife, creating another loud sound. The dark yellow lines split in all directions with the point of collision as the center. Master above. Xianxia raised his head. Yishang looked down from above. In his hand the golden pen pointed down. Xianxia's face turned pale. His strength was already barely enough to face one Xiantian. He did not have the confidence to escape, but now there were two Xiantians. Since ancient times, how many people in the spiritualized universe did not lose to two Xiantians? Other than the invincible Yu Xiantian, only Wanshou border did not have an emperor. The golden pen landed on the dark yellow lines, embellishing the dark yellow lines with gold. Xianxia left the dark yellow lines hugging Yususu and crashed into Bai City. Yishang snorted. Killing Yususu was not for revenge, but because this woman knew too much. Yu Ting had killed the person controlled by Yususu, which was equivalent to helping them resolve future problems. It was also Yu Ting's sincerity, so he would personally deal with this hidden danger. On the ground, Xianxia coughed up blood and Yususu's eyes were red. Master, leave, don't worry about me. Xianxia waved his hand. Master's time is coming to an end. I will bring you out even if I die. With that, the dark yellow light continued to rise from within his body, and the sequence particles around him shot upwards. Get lost. Yishang frowned. Old friend, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. With that, the golden pen fell and a golden light descended from above. Lu Yin watched calmly from within the destroyed building. Old Tao sighed. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he would not be able to withstand Sang Tian's attack. His defense was strong and to a certain extent he could withstand Sang Tian's attack, but his time was coming to an end and his strength had declined. Furthermore, he had taken 2 hits from Zhang Ming and now he was truly seeking death. This scene was too tragic, and for Yususu, death might be a release. At this moment his hand was grabbed by Qin Yun. Her eyes were red as she stared at him. Lu Yin glanced at her. Sympathy? I beg you. Qin Yun's voice was very soft. In the distance, the golden light pierced through the sequence particles. Xianxia's eyes widened, and the dark yellow light continued to condense until it was the size of a palm, blocking the golden light. Yishang looked at the familiar power. This power had saved him before, but he did not expect that he would be able to break it today. Xianxia's defense was indeed strong, and even Yishang could not break it easily. He tore through the void wanting to throw Yususu out. However, he did not see a flying knife piercing through the void appearing in front of him. When he saw it, the flying knife was already inches away. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. Xianxia stared at the flying knife in front of him. Death was so close and his time was coming to an end and he had seen through life and death, but why did he still feel fear when this knife was so close to him? Had he not seen through it yet? Yususu also stared at the knife. This knife brought with it a biting cold air that cut through her skin, making her feel as if she was in a knife hell unable to escape. Death was so close, but it had already arrived. In an instant it was both short and long. They saw the knife and experienced death, but then they saw 2 fingers suddenly appear and hold the knife that brought death between them. No matter how biting cold the knife was, it could not move an inch. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept past, sweeping past Yususu's face and her long hair. It whistled in all directions, sweeping past Yishang, Zhang Ming and the entire Bai City. Yishang's eyes narrowed as he stared below. He had interfered. Dayu Manor, 3rd Master. Zhang Ming stared into the distance. The knife could not move an inch. This person's strength was so great that only by experiencing it could one feel it. It was truly invincible. Qing Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Old trader Yi Yen and even old Tao, who had experienced all kinds of things, also heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, they did not want to see the tragic scene that they had expected. In the void, Lu Yin walked out and retracted his hand. He looked at the flying knife. Heartbreak, what a good flying knife. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ming in the distance and threw the knife back. I'll return it to you. Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to catch the knife. The knife's handle vibrated as the force spread along the blade. Under the invisible clothes, his entire arm was torn apart. This force borrowed the sharpness of the knife's edge as a warning. Zhang Ming's arm recovered in an instant and he put away the knife. Everything looked so calm. Outsiders could not see the short exchange just now. Zhang Ming raised Lu Yin's danger level even higher. He had no confidence in dealing with this person as he was unfathomable. Third Master, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to interfere in this matter? Yishang landed and surrounded Lu Yin with Zhang Ming on his left and right. Lu Yin looked at Zhang Ming and then at Yishang. The corner of his mouth curled up. The two of you, your position can easily cause misunderstandings and make me think that the two of you want to kill me. The cold wind whistled, stirring up sand and dust. Bai City was silent. Most people had fainted as they could not withstand the aftershock of Zhang Ming's attack on Xianxia. However, there were still some who were awake. Seeing this scene, these people hurriedly retreated. Although they did not recognize Zhang Ming and could not see Lu Yin's face, it was obvious that they did not dare to withstand the aftershock of the battle. Xianxia exhaled heavily. He had almost died. Was this person the third master of the Dayu Villa? With his back facing Lu Yin felt unshakable. This person's defense was definitely above his own. Lu Yin's intuition could not be wrong. This person was clearly very skilled in killing. Yu Susu stared at Lu Yin's back in a daze. Why was he helping her? Lu Yin's words made Yi Shang and Zhang Ming look at each other. They subconsciously changed positions and stood in front of Lu Yin. Third Master, please don't misunderstand. We definitely did not mean that. If possible, they would naturally be willing to eliminate Lu Yin here, but they were not confident. In the Battle of the Abyss of Space, so many experts could not do anything to Lu Yin. Following that, he had fought his way to the southbound world and solved a problem. With such unfathomable strength, even two more Sangtians might not take the risk to kill him, let alone the two of them. Lu Yin smiled. That's a pity. In the distance, Rong Xiang and the rest exchanged glances. Pity? This person's thoughts were hard to guess. Rong Hua carefully looked at Lu Yin. This person was actually here. He looked at the corner and saw Qing Yun as well. Why was this detestable person still alive? Zhang Ming spoke up. Third Master, why are you helping them? This has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin replied naturally. The murder case in the 100 Herb region is not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move? Do you want to silence them? Yishang said. According to our investigation, Yu Cheng's death should have nothing to do with the Four Horse Association. Are you sure? Lu Yin asked. Yishang nodded. All along, the main Chamber of Commerce has been competing with the Four Horse Association for sequence materials. It's normal for us to keep an eye on the Four Horse Association. To be honest, we don't even know who brought Yu Qing to the 100 Herb region. He does not have the ability to do so on his own. There must be someone behind him. Lu Yin looked at Yishang. So you clearly knew all this, but you never told the Dayu Villa. Yishang was stunned. Lu Yin's words make no sense. Chapter 3550. His main Chamber of Commerce had nothing to do with Dayu Villa, and they had even fought at the border. They were enemies, so why should he tell Lu Yin? However, Yishang could not say this out loud. If he did, he would be on opposing sides. I'm asking you a question, Yishang. Lu Yin did not let him off and his tone was cold. At this point, Rong Xiang walked over. Third Master, please don't misunderstand. We've only just found out about this matter, and we were planning to tell you after the competition. Yishang nodded. That's right. We've only just found out. Lu Yin sneered and looked at Rong Xiang. You sure know how to talk, but I don't believe you. Do you think it has nothing to do with Four Horse Chamber of Commerce? What are you going to use as a guarantee? Rong Xiang's expression turned ugly. Why should he be a guarantor for Four Horse Chamber of Commerce? However, Yu Susu had to be killed. For a moment he did not know what to do. Zhang Ming spoke up. Third Master, you can ask the woman behind you if the Yuqing incident has anything to do with her and Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Yususu looked up at Zhang Ming and the others. There was no hatred in her eyes, only calmness. Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce had competed with the main Chamber of Commerce, and she had schemed against the main Chamber of Commerce. In the end she had been abandoned by Yu Ting. These were all schemes against each other and there was no deep hatred between them. However, she was grateful to Lu Yin as he had saved her life. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "This woman is just a pawn. The one who truly controls Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce is Yu Ting." "Old man, you saw everything that just happened. Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce can easily abandon her. Do you think that if the Yuqing incident is related to Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, she will know about it? Or will Yu Ting continue to push his daughter out to take the blame?" Zhang Ming frowned. Talking to this person was too tiring and he wanted to slap him to death. This person had clearly found a reason to save this woman, so why would he do that? This woman was worthless to him, and the only possibility was that she knew about the relationship between the main Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts. He looked at Yishang. The two looked at each other and then Zhang Ming spoke up. "Third Master, are you curious about what this woman said? About the main Chamber of Commerce and the School of Arts?" "I can clearly tell you, Third Boss, that the main Chamber of Commerce paid a price to have the School of Arts create a sequence foundation. Our School of Arts agreed and have been creating it for many years. This is why this woman has the confidence to threaten Yishang." Lu Yin had not expected Zhang Ming to be so forthright, but he was indeed curious about this matter. After all, it was such an exciting scene. If Yishang and Zhang Ming covered it up and even silenced it, he would be displeased. However, thinking about it, it was normal. Since he had saved Yususu, Yususu would definitely reveal this matter in his hands. The only reason why he could reveal it so easily was because he hoped that Imo Wuji wouldn't interfere with their plan to kill Yususu. He could tell him this because he and Xianxia were enemies, but he could not tell the entire spiritualized universe. They were worried that if Yususu left the grand universal domain, the entire spiritualized universe would know about this. They knew what was more important. Xianxia's heart sank as he winked at Yususu, intending to find an opportunity to tear open the void and throw her out. No matter what was on the other side of the void, it was better than waiting for death here. Since the Third Master already knew the secret and had already confirmed that the Yuqing incident had nothing to do with the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce, he probably wouldn't protect them anymore. Lu Yin looked at Yususu. "What's the sequence foundation?" Yususu gasped for breath, her face was stained with blood, she looked very miserable. "Divine reflection." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Divine reflection?" Among the 88 sequence arts, the divine reflection was ranked 8th. It wasn't low, but it wasn't absolutely high either. Yishang controlled the Chamber of Commerce, and no one knew how much he had earned in the spiritualized universe. It wasn't impossible for the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the Gate of Arts to create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation. Especially since he knew that Yishang's sequence art was the Divine Reflection. However, what was the point of creating a Divine Reflection Array Foundation? Lu Yin looked at Yishang. "Why did you create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation?" Yishang said solemnly. "Xianxia is getting more and more control over the 7 great Xianxia spots, from Meng Xianxia to Baoqi. Once any Xianxia dies, it will be someone from Xianxia who will take over the 7 great Xianxia spot. We will no longer be able to touch it. Even if I tried to give the Sky Devourer Luo Parasol to Yixia and let her cultivate the devouring sequence art, it wouldn't be safe for her to become a Xianxia like Baoqi. The sequence foundation could be taken away by Xianxia at any time." Lu Yin understood. "So you used the Chamber of Commerce's resources to create the Divine Reflection Array Foundation just to control a Xianxia spot." Yishang didn't deny it. The 7 great Xianxia was second only to Xianxia, and everyone wanted to fight for it. Even Heaven's Hand, which couldn't see the light of day, wanted to fight for it, and Yishang was no exception. Creating a sequence foundation alone was indeed possible to take over a Xianxia spot. However, was it that simple? Lu Yin didn't believe that the Gate of Arts would let the Chamber of Commerce take over a Xianxia spot. Unless the Zhan family was sure that they could also take over a Xianxia spot. How could a Xianxia spot be so easily obtained, especially when Xianxia was controlling it? The Chamber of Commerce was the gate of arts. That's right, Yishang lost to Yinan on purpose to let Yinan take over the Xianxia spot. Then there was a key person missing. Lu Yin looked up. Come out, old man. Some people were confused. Was there someone else hiding? Yishang and Zhang Ming weren't surprised because there was indeed someone who had arrived long ago but didn't show himself. As Lu Yin spoke, a silhouette flickered in and out of existence in the distance. It was Elder Yu. The moment Yu Lao appeared, everyone in Bai City fell unconscious except for those who had participated in this matter. Master Lu, there are some things that don't need to be so obvious. Yu Lao stood between Yishang and Zhang Ming and looked at Lu Yin helplessly. There were many hidden things in the spiritualized universe, but these things were revealed one by one because of Lu Yin's tyranny. Their intent realm was exposed because of Bai Lu, and now the Chamber of Commerce was involved because of the Yueching incident. There were some things that even they hadn't completely revealed. This feeling was like a dragon crossing the river and overturning the quagmire to see everything clearly. After Lu Yin, Xianxia was shocked. Even Yu Lao had appeared. This matter was completely out of control. How did it develop to this point? Yu Susu looked on calmly. It wasn't strange for anyone to appear now. Yu Lao's appearance meant that she was one step closer to death, that was all. Lu Yin glanced at Yu Lao, Yishang and Zhang Ming, two Xianxians and an unfathomable old man. I'll ask you again, are you sure you don't want to kill me? Yishang exhaled with a calm expression. Zhang Ming looked on coldly. Yu Lao smiled faintly. Master Lu, isn't our relationship clear? Lu Yin shrugged. I don't believe in promises. I only believe in benefits. Now it's equivalent to gathering 3 Xianxia experts. It's not impossible for them to kill me. Yu Lao shook his head. Master Lu, don't joke around. You should be able to see the current situation clearly. Lu Yin praised. What a spiritualized universe. Before coming here, I thought that the spiritualized universe was a single entity. Everyone told me that the spiritualized universe has a unified cultivation method, and you Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia are in charge. I'm going to face an entire universe that has developed for countless years. It's a cultivation culture that's completely different from our Tianyuan universe. Now I see it clearly. Where there are people, there will be competition and benefits. Yu Xianxia is strong and controls the spiritualized universe. You guys aren't bad either. Zhikong Domain, School of Arts, Chamber of Commerce and Heaven's Hand are working together to fight against Yu Xianxia. Old man, this is your doing, right? Yu Lao smiled bitterly. I have the heart but I don't have the ability. Master Lu overestimates Zhikong Domain. He then looked at Zhang Ming. Since things have reached this point, why don't we make things clear? On the surface, Heaven's Hand listens to sky beyond sky, but in reality he's been working with Zhikong Domain. This is because I promised to help Yinan become Xianxia, and at the same time I'll give him a chance to step into immortality. As for the Chamber of Commerce, I'm also working with them. Our original cooperation wasn't like this, but during the border battle the Chamber of Commerce was schemed against by Yu Xianxia, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Torch City also found it difficult to connect with the spiritualized universe, which led to Yinan's plan to replace Yishang. Yishang's relationship with Yu Xianxia makes it so that he won't be able to stay in the Xianxia position for long. After losing his sequence foundation, Yu Xianxia can strip him of his position at any time. Yu Lao then looked at Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Master Lu, you destroyed Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin disdainfully. Heaven's Hand is courting death and schemed against me multiple times. Yu Lao was helpless. Yinan was too hasty. Yishang spoke up. Just as Yu Lao said, the Chamber of Commerce is working with Zhikong Domain and Heaven's Hand in order to control the Xianxia position. Zhikong Domain agreed to let Yishang become Xianxia, which is why I'm willing to step down. As for the School of Techniques, it has nothing to do with Zhikong Domain. At this point he frowned and looked at Zhang Ming and Yu Lao. Or rather, I don't know if they're related. Zhang Ming spoke up. They're not related. My School of Techniques is only working with the Chamber of Commerce in order to create the Sequence Foundation, and the Chamber of Commerce's conditions are that they will forever guarantee the Zhan family's Xianxia position. Furthermore, as long as my School of Techniques needs any Sequence Foundation materials, they can bypass Sky Beyond Sky and directly supply them to us. Yu Susu understood. So the Chamber of Commerce has been competing with us for the sequence foundation materials for this channel. Yishang stared coldly at Yususu. Little girl, do you think that the Chamber of Commerce would make things difficult for the four-horse Chamber of Commerce for a few sequence foundation materials? After all, you have sky beyond sky behind you. Without a certain value, it's not worth the risk. Yususu felt bitter. So that's how it is. She didn't think that she would unknowingly participate in a battle at the Xianxia level. She thought that it was just a competition between chambers of commerce. Xianxia sighed. Who could see through such a thing? The level was too high. Yu Ting couldn't see through it either, but he was smart enough to push Yususu out. No matter what the result was, he wouldn't be implicated, and there would be no problem in protecting the four-horse Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 3551. From the very beginning, Lu Yin had assumed that the four-horse commerce was backed by the Gate of Arts. After all, the four-horse commerce specialized in finding materials for the Gate of Arts. It was only after Yususu and Yishang's negotiations that Lu Yin realized that the materials for the Gate of Arts were not directly supplied by the four-horse commerce. Instead, they were first sent to Beyond Heaven before being sent to the Gate of Arts. This prevented Gate of Arts from directly contacting Four-Horse Merchant Association. Behind Four-Horse Merchant Association was Sky Beyond Sky, not Gate of Arts. Yususu forced Yishang to agree to give up competing with Four-Horse Merchant Association for the basic sequence materials. It was not that Yishang did not want to agree, but that he was not qualified to do so. The main Chamber of Commerce wanted to find the basic sequence materials for Gate of Arts to bypass Sky Beyond Sky. If he agreed to Yususu, he would not be able to fulfill his conditions with Gate of Arts. This matter would only end when Zhang Ming appeared and agreed to it. Yususu had prepared everything. If Zhang Ming and Yishang did not agree, she would die together and expose the relationship between Gate of Arts and the main Chamber of Commerce. If they agreed, Yu Ting would appear and abandon Yususu. Everyone had their own plans. If Lu Yin did not save Yususu, he might not be able to force this relationship out, and Yu Lao might not even appear. They already knew about each other's relationship, so why would they let Lu Yin know? Lu Yin would only know if Yususu was alive. Lu Yin praised. Zhikong Region, Heaven's Hand, Main Chamber of Commerce, and Gate of Arts have cooperated with each other but did not make it clear. Now that you have, congratulations, you're going to work together to deal with Xianxia. But I am curious about one thing. He looked at Yu Lao. Old man, why did you come to the Grand Domain? Zhikong Region did not participate in the cooperation between the Main Chamber of Commerce and Gate of Arts. Logically speaking, you should not have come unless you already knew about their cooperation. Lu Yin had not been certain that foolish old man would appear, but the alliance of the Chamber of Commerce and the Gate of Arts, as well as the Yishang who had replaced the Yishang, had made him instinctively feel that a key person was missing. That was why he had tried to see if someone else would appear, but he had not expected foolish old man to actually appear. However, what they said did not solve Lu Yin's key point. Yu Lao was not the connection between Main Chamber of Commerce, Heaven's Hand and Gate of Arts. This went against Lu Yin's instinctive guess. Compared to what these people said, he believed himself more. If what they said was true, then there must be something they were hiding. That was the key. The foolish old man gazed deeply at Lu Yin. All this time, the Gate of Arts has been hiding something from everyone. I've tried to probe them several times, but I haven't been able to find out anything. Although there are no results, there are still some guesses. Looking at the 7 major forces, the Gate of Arts is most likely to cooperate with the Main Chamber of Commerce and the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce because they are the only ones who can find the sequence foundation materials. What happened in the 100 Herbs region will definitely draw you out, Master Lu, and the spearhead will be pointed at the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Because of this, I specially looked for Zhang Ming and reminded him to let the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce lie low for a while. He agreed. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at Old Yu. Old Yu also looked at him. You were guessing what I was thinking at that time, but in reality I wasn't thinking of anything. I was just reminding you that the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce is backed by Sky Beyond Sky and not the Gate of Arts. Even so, I still have to remind you. In the end, the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce received your reminder. You were doing it for me to see. You also wanted to confuse me because your Gate of Arts did not cooperate with the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. You were not afraid that I would notice the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. However, This made me even more certain that the four-horse Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with you. I also believe that the best partner is the main Chamber of Commerce. I came here to confirm this point because Master Lu will definitely take action. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old man, you've even plotted against me? Old Yu smiled and shook his head. I don't know about the accident that happened when you were in the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm very sure that the place where Master Lu is present will not be peaceful. The possibility of all of this happening is very high. So you've been watching from the shadows. Zhang Ming looked at Old Yu. Old Yu was exhausted. How many years has it been? Your cooperation with Yishang has been hidden from everyone. Xianxia has always been on guard against the Wisdom Sky region, causing me to not even be able to see the sequence foundation materials. Otherwise, I would have seen through your relationship long ago. Zhang Ming looked deeply at Old Yu. After so many years, I also want to see through you and see what the Wisdom Sky region wants to do. Yishang looked at the two. It's good to take this opportunity to make things clear. Xianxia is heartless and wants to dominate the spiritualized universe. The 7 major Xianxians will one day belong to him, and this is something we cannot tolerate. Our cooperation is not to eliminate Xianxia, but to protect his position and have a place in the spiritualized universe. Old Yu looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, do you understand? Lu Yin clapped his hands and smiled. I understand. I'm very happy that you can think this way. A spiritualized universe is not something that the people of the Tianyuan universe want to see. Everyone, I agree with whatever you want to deal with Xianxia. If you can help, just say the word. Old Yu smiled bitterly. Yishang and Zhang Ming looked at Lu Yin with ugly expressions. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being spoken to like this by someone from the Tianyuan universe. But since Lu Yin dared to say this, he was not afraid that they would go back on their words. They were doing this for their own benefits. Unless Xianxia did not interfere with the fight for the position of Xianxia and gave up on the idea of ruling the spiritualized universe, they would definitely oppose him. As long as the spiritualized universe was not a whole, there was hope for victory. The biggest problem was Xianxia's almost invincible power. Thinking about this, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the one true God. In the 3 universes, only the one true God could fight against Xianxia. He did not know much about the consciousness universe, but he had heard that Xianxia was invincible in the consciousness universe. His heart of Boulder and Boulder's foundation could completely suppress the consciousness universe. In the Tianyuan universe, the progenitor had suppressed Immemorial City for many years and could not improve his strength. Only the one true God at his peak could fight against Xianxia. How good would it be if the one true God and Xianxia were both injured? Of course, Lu Yin was just thinking about it. They were not stupid. These old foxes would use their brains to deal with others instead of their fists. Lu Yin also wanted to use his brains to deal with the spiritualized universe, but his fists could not keep up. No matter how smart he was, it was useless. Since we've made things clear and Master Lu is on our side, we can deal with the girl over there, Yishang said. Behind Lu Yin, Xianxian's expression changed and he stood in front of Yu Susu. Zhang Ming looked at Xianxian. You should have returned to the Gate of Arts to wait for the final moment, but unfortunately, you also know about this matter. We cannot let you go and fulfill your wish of dying on the battlefield. Xianxian stared at Zhang Ming. I'm willing to take this girl to the Gate of Arts' ruined garden. She can't leave there, so let her be a grave digger there. Zhang Ming frowned. Xianxian coughed up blood and looked at Yishang. Old friend, since I saved your life once, let this girl stay in the ruined garden with me. She can't tell anyone about what happened between you two. Yishang looked at Xianxian, his eyes flickering. There are some things that cannot be spread. Xianxian was sorrowful and put down his pride. I beg you. Yu Susu pulled Xianxian, her gaze resolute. Master, don't beg them, I'm not afraid of death. Xianxian was sad. You're still so young, Yu. Yu Susu wiped away her tears. These tears were not from the fear of death, but from being abandoned by Yu Ting. We'll go together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xianxian was bitter. Master is useless, I can't save you. Master, I'm tired too, it's good to go together. Yu Susu muttered. Yishang looked at Zhang Ming. Do it. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a throwing knife appeared in his hand. Cough cough, have the two of you forgotten about me? Lu Yin's voice sounded as he looked at Xianxian and Yu Susu speechlessly. The two looked at Lu Yin. Third Master, do you have anything else to ask? Yu Susu asked. Lu Yin looked at Yu Susu and then at Xianxia. I won't stop you if you want to die, but if you want to live I can help. Yu Susu and the rest were shocked. On the other side, Zhang Ming said solemnly, Third Master, our relationship cannot be exposed. Yishang said, Third Master wants our spiritualized universe to be in chaos. But with our current strength, once exposed, Xianxia will take action and we won't be able to resist. Third Master, you don't want us to be defeated so easily. Lu Yin turned to look at them. You're right, I want the spiritualized universe to be as chaotic as possible, but the two of you aren't qualified yet. Then why do you want them to live? Yishang asked. Lu Yin pointed at Yu Susu. This girl can help me earn money. Everyone was stunned. Earn money? No one expected Lu Yin to say such a thing. Earn money? Was this something an invincible powerhouse should say? It was too childish. He was clearly toying with them. Zhang Ming's face sank. Third Master, don't joke around, you're on the same side as us. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Foolish Old stared at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Lu Yin didn't care. We're not on the same side. If you were given a chance, I believe that you wouldn't show mercy to the Tianyuan cosmos. How you want to cooperate is your own business, but I can guarantee that she won't speak of this matter. Even if she does, it would be useless. How can you guarantee that, Third Master? Yishang asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How many of the 7 major forces do you represent? In the starry sky, Yu Susu looked back at the Grand Universal Domain and felt that it was unreal. The last time she looked at the Grand Universal Domain from this angle, it felt like a long time had passed and it felt like a new life. At this moment they were sitting on a green leaf and heading in a certain direction. They were being taken away by Lu Yin. Yu Susu would never forget the last sentence Lu Yin said before they left the Grand Universal Domain. No one can stop me from taking away the people I want to take away. It was such a simple sentence, but the 3 people who stood at the peak of the spiritualized universe couldn't stop them and could only watch as they left. That moment left a deep impression in Yu Susu's heart. This was a fist. Chapter 3552. Girl, have you thought about how to face your father? Xianxian's voice rang out. They were currently on their way to the 4-Horse Association. Yu Susu could not represent the 4-Horse Association since she had been abandoned. He needed to find out the truth about Yu Qing, so the 4-Horse Association was a must. However, he also agreed that he would not do anything to Yu Ting. This was because he was worried about Xianxia. Yu Ting was someone who could help the spiritualized universe find sequence foundation materials, and this person was too important to the spiritualized universe. If he touched him, Xianxia would not just sit by and watch. At the same time, Yu Susu had also promised him. Yu Susu was certain that Yu Ting would not provoke the Dayu Villa because of Yu Qing. In her words, Yu Ting was too cautious. Even if Yu Susu was kidnapped to the Dayu Villa, Yu Qing would only ask for help from the realm beyond heaven and would not directly confront the Dayu Villa. Yu Susu stared blankly into the distance. I don't know. Xianxia was helpless as he did not know what to say. Yu Susu would rather face Xianxia's pressure than face Yu Ting at this moment. As for Lu Yin, there was no need for him to return to the Gate of Technique since Zhang Ming had not even mentioned it. Yu Susu stood up and walked towards Lu Yin after looking at the sky for a while. Xianxia was puzzled. Qing Shao kept looking at Yu Susu and he admired this woman. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to scheme against Xianxia? This woman was clearly weaker than him, but she had done something that he could not even dream of. She was a hero among women. Yu Susu walked past Qing Shao and arrived behind Lu Yin. In front of her was Qing Yun, who had placed her hand in Lu Yin's. Third Master. Lu Yin did not reply and he quietly sensed Qing Yun's constitution. It was not obvious anymore. Qing Shao, get lost. You're blocking my view. Qing Shao was stunned. I'm behind you. I have eyes behind me too. Lu Yin was unhappy. Qing Shao gritted his teeth. This guy was doing this on purpose. Qing Yun was angry but he could not see it. However, her constitution was especially obvious and Lu Yin was satisfied. Yu Susu called out again, Third Master. What's the matter? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao glanced back and then looked forward again. Yu Susu asked, Why did you save me? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment before replying, I don't know, but they probably couldn't stand it. A bunch of old men bullying a girl and she was even abandoned. To be honest, it's quite tragic. Yu Susu and Xianxia reminded him of the remnants of the Lu clan, struggling to survive on their own. Yususu smiled bitterly. With third master's cultivation, what haven't you experienced? Although I don't know the reason, I still thank third master for saving my life. Then she slowly knelt down. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you third master for saving my life. Lu Yin waved his hand. No need, just focus on making money for me. Yususu was surprised. Earn money? Didn't I tell you? I saved you because you can make money. I see the shadow of another woman in you and I have high hopes for you. He was talking about Xianxia, but to others it sounded like he liked her. Qin Yun subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. This person had described the person he liked so plainly, but the plainer it was, the more unforgettable it would be. He still had this side of him. Yususu's expression was solemn. Rest assured third master, I will definitely do what you ask me to do. Lu Yin was satisfied. Cooperate well with old Devil Yi in the future. The four-horse conglomerate isn't bad. Sima Chamber of Commerce. Yususu was surprised. The others also looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin calmly replied, yes, you risked your life to protect the four-horse conglomerate, so it's naturally yours. Yususu thought of Yu Ting and her emotions became complicated. Then what about my father? He is him and you are you. Let him go to sky beyond heaven. Doesn't he have Yusang's sky behind him? Yususu finally felt that Lu Yin might really want to make money. What did he want to do with it? Money represented spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had wanted to make money back in the Tianyuan universe because the more star essence he had, the more useful his dye would be. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had used his dye to resolve countless dangers. However, after coming to the spiritualized universe, he no longer had any thoughts of making money. No matter how many spirit seeds he earned here, it was useless. However, the spirit seeds that Yususu had given him some inspiration. They were useless to him, but they were useful to the spiritualized universe. If he could destroy all the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe, wouldn't that mean that the spiritualized universe had no future? This idea took root in Lu Yin's mind and he felt that he should implement it. Even though the possibility was extremely small, he should destroy as many spirit seeds as he could. The fewer spirit seeds there were, the fewer people in the spiritualized universe who could embark on the path of cultivation. There were bound to be many geniuses among them. Not every genius was born into a large family or power. Many people might not even get a single spirit seed in their entire lives. If it had not been Earth that had experienced the apocalypse but some other planet, Lu Yin would still have embarked on the path of cultivation. However, that might not be the case for the people on Earth, and there were many geniuses on Earth. He wanted to weaken the spiritualized universe's future as much as possible. Foolish Old wanted to use the consciousness universe to allow the spiritualized universe to suppress the Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal realm cultivators and achieve the goal of forever suppressing the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin wanted to weaken the spiritualized universe's future and eliminate the current experts. The longer the consciousness universe was rebooted, the more advantageous it would be for the Tianyuan universe. It all depended on whose methods were better. Before coming to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin and the others were prepared to die. Now this preparation might not come so quickly. Foolish Old might really have the plan to coexist with the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe, but Lu Yin did not trust him. He could only take one step at a time. This was the spiritualized universe, not the Tianyuan universe. He could not control everything. Previously in the Grand Universal Domain, what Lu Yin wanted to do most was to use the karma spiral to force out Foolish Old and the others' karma threads to see what kind of karma they had and what kind of plans they had. However, it was not easy as they could feel the karma spiral. Even Mr. Li could avoid it, let alone them. Lu Yin could not do it so easily. Third Master, there's something that I don't know if it will help you. Yususu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Lu Yin did not respond, she continued, there are rumors that the third key to the Gate of Arts might be in the hands of the General Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and looked at Yususu with a sharp gaze. What did you say? Yususu said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it hasn't spread. I heard it from my father, but I don't know where he got it from. The Gate of Arts is not only one of the 7 major forces, but also a real door. There are 3 keys, one in the hands of the Zhang family, one in the sky beyond heaven, and the last one has been lost. Many people have been searching for it for countless years, But because not many people know about it, the number of people searching for it has decreased. The most likely to get it is the General Chamber of Commerce. The General Chamber of Commerce was the one who made the arrangements. One of the reasons was to find the third key. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Are you sure it's not in Yishang's hands? Yu Susu shook her head. I can't be sure. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. That point was perfect. It was not foolish old but the third key. Why would the Gate of Arts cooperate with the General Chamber of Commerce? Why would the General Chamber of Commerce protect Sang Tian's position? Zhang Ming kept saying that Yishang promised to help the Zhang family keep Sang Tian's position, but they could not do it themselves. The real reason why the Gate of Arts agreed to cooperate with Yishang was because of the third key. It was just like how Lu Yin controlled Zhang Yan and made the Gate of Arts listen to him. Lu Yin smiled. So that was how it was. That was the whole story. At the same time he also understood Yishang's path. This person had clearly obtained Sang Tian's position, but he still cared so much about the General Chamber of Commerce, which did not make sense. In the past, Lu Yin had been particularly interested in Star Essence, but as his status grew, it became easier for him to obtain Star Essence. In other words, the entire Tianyuan universe would send Star Essence to him, and there was no need for him to control an entire Chamber of Commerce. As long as Yishang was willing, he could easily establish a new Chamber of Commerce to replace the General Chamber of Commerce. In other words, the General Chamber of Commerce would immediately submit to Yishang, and he would not need to care too much about it. Actually, the third key was Yishang's true goal. There was also an additional value to this key, which was to provide the Gate of Arts with the materials needed to form the foundation of the sequence. The General Chamber of Commerce seemed to have great influence, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually a power that could be used in secret. There were 3 keys, and Zhang Yan not only represented the key, but also the karma of the person who controlled the key 37 years ago. Was it the Forgotten Ruins God or the only true God? Once the Gate of Arts was opened, what was behind it? Legend has it that there's a path to eternal life behind the Gate of Arts? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Old Tao was the first to speak. Reporting to the head, this Gate of Arts is the law domain in the eyes of most cultivators. Very few know of the existence of that door, and those who know have made many guesses. Some say that there is a path to eternal life that does not require rebooting the universe, and can allow one to pass through suffering. Others say that it is a place for supreme seclusion, and others say that it leads to a mythical place. At this point he fawned. Perhaps it leads to the Tianyuan universe where the head is. Old Crookie rolled his eyes and Xianxia coughed twice. This last line of flattery had caught him off guard. Lu Yin was speechless. Brumu smiled. The head wants to open the Gate of Arts? Lu Yin said with interest. I want to do anything that can disgust you, Sang Tian. Qing Shao suddenly interjected. There's also a rumor that opening the door destroys spiritualization. Lu Yin looked at Qing Shao. There's such a rumor? Old Tao was confused. I've never heard of such a rumor. Rumu shook her head. Xianxia said, Indeed, I've never heard of it. Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun, whose expression was grave. The ninth spirit said this rumor when she was drunk. True words when drunk. Rumu was surprised. Old Tao frowned. It's just a rumor. No one has ever opened the Gate of Arts. From ancient times until now, there has been no record of it being opened. And from what I know, the ninth spirit speaks nonsense when drunk. Qing Shao agreed. That's true. When the ninth spirit is drunk, she speaks nonsense. Many words are incomprehensible. Lu Yin thought of something. Could there be another universe on the other side of this door? Chapter 3553. Everyone looked at each other and thought of the portal at the border. Old Tao clapped his hands. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Only you would have thought of it. Not only are you powerful, but your wisdom is also unparalleled. If this lowly one had even a 10,000th of your wisdom, I would have achieved great things long ago. Please guide this lowly one wisely so that he can walk a different path in the future. Everyone felt disgusted. Let's take a deeper guess. If it really leads to a universe that is protected by the spiritualized universe but is unreachable, then it must be a mythological place. Master, that would be the Tianyuan universe. Master, you came from a mythological place and are a god. This lowly one greets you, Master. Shut up. Lu Yin was unhappy. He was disgusted by the slap. Old Tao smiled flatteringly. Old Trader Yi sighed deeply. How did he become friends with this fellow? How embarrassing. Yi Yan'er pursed her lips and smiled. Clear River Domain, where the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce was located, did not belong to the 36 domains. It was located in the middle of the upper half of the word spirit, and was closer to the sky beyond heaven than the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce. What had happened in Bai City had been sealed off by the Chamber of Commerce, and many people had no idea what had happened. They only knew that Bai City had suddenly been destroyed and that they had been knocked unconscious. They did not know anything else, and no one would explain anything to them. To Yu Ting, what had happened in Bai City had come to an end, and he was going to enjoy his beautiful life. Looking back, his life had changed ever since his spirit molt. All along, it had been very easy to find the materials needed to create a sequence in the spiritualized universe. Some of these materials were extremely rare, and some required countless processes to refine. Those that could be refined were fine, as there were too many people in the spiritualized universe who could do it. However, the materials that needed to be found were difficult. He did not know how many parallel universes there were in the spiritualized universe. In the sky beyond heaven, the 7 major powers had sent out many cultivators to search, especially the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce, which covered countless parallel universes in search of materials. The number of cultivators was simply uncountable. The creation of sequence bases had always been very slow, and how many had there been since ancient times? This situation had only changed when he had obtained the innate gift of spiritualization. His spiritualization innate talent was useless in battle. Its only use was tracking. Through scent tracking, as long as he was in the same parallel universe, he would be able to smell the scent and find the item. Of course, it was only limited to metal materials. He could not do anything else. Even so, he still gave this innate talent a resounding name: infinite tracking. Ever since the spirit molt had appeared, limitless tracking had revealed to Sky Beyond Heaven that he could find materials for the sequence foundation. Sky Beyond Heaven acted as if he had obtained a treasure. Yu Tian had personally met him and helped him establish the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. Step by step, he had entered the eyes of the main Chamber of Commerce. He could even avoid joining the main Chamber of Commerce and become a special case in the spiritualized universe. At that time, he was high-spirited and vigorous. He married a beauty that countless people envied. He had a high status and was protected by experts that he once looked up to. He became a winner in life. That was the most beautiful and dreamy period of his life. Yu Tian was afraid that he would die early, so he used all his resources to raise his cultivation, so he didn't have to worry about cultivation. However, with the Chamber of Commerce taking action, his days gradually became difficult. Not joining the main Chamber of Commerce was the confidence that Yu Tian gave him, but Yu Tian couldn't stop the main Chamber of Commerce from finding materials for the sequence foundation. He didn't know when it started, but it must have been a long time ago. After all, people with average aptitudes like him had reached the level of the sequence foundation. The main Chamber of Commerce was searching for the sequence foundation. There was a mad scramble for materials. Every time there was a competition between the chambers of commerce, the main Chamber of Commerce would obtain a large amount of materials for the sequence foundation. He relied on his innate talent, while the main Chamber of Commerce relied on their influence. For a time they were on equal footing. The one who benefited the most was Sky Beyond Heaven, but his influence continued to decline. The beautiful days of the past were gone forever. Even when a daughter was born, and this daughter had good foresight and managed the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce better, it didn't improve his mood. Until one day he heard that the main Chamber of Commerce might take action against him and destroy his spiritualization innate talent. This news made him feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He was anxious and uneasy all day long. He wished that he could hide in Sky Beyond Heaven and not come out. Even with the protection of experts, he couldn't feel at ease. Xianxia told him not to worry. The main Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. After all, there was still Sky Beyond Heaven. Lord Yu Tian couldn't just sit and watch. However, Xianxia and even Sky Beyond Heaven didn't know. He saw that the main Chamber of Commerce had an unusual relationship with the sect of arts. Why didn't the main Chamber of Commerce take action against him before? Why would they take action now? It was because he saw the problem, but he couldn't tell Sky Beyond Heaven about it. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted by the main Chamber of Commerce and the sect of arts. He just wanted to live well. He didn't want to hinder anyone or make anyone his enemy. He just wanted to live a happy and free life. He had to think of a way to make it clear in front of Yishang and threaten the main Chamber of Commerce and the Sect of Arts. He also had to make the main Chamber of Commerce give up competing with him for the Sequence Foundation materials. He would protect the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce and return to the beautiful days of the past. He definitely couldn't do such a thing. Otherwise his ending would be miserable. Then there was only one person who could do it. He poured a cup of wine and toasted the entire region. Yu Ting sighed. Susu, I've let you down. Take this cup of wine as my apology. Next life, if there's a next life, I'll return it to you. He spilled the wine on the ground. His face was full of melancholy. A woman's voice came from behind him. Father's 10,000 scaled armor is disgusting on you. You sacrificed your daughter for your own benefit. You really opened my eyes. Yu Ting's voice was dry. Senior, I have no choice. I can't help it. Moreover, Susu is my daughter. I gave her life to her. It's only right for her to sacrifice herself for me. You better give me the 10,000 scaled armor as soon as possible. Otherwise, when my time to protect you is over, I'll be your enemy. The woman's voice was cold and filled with sarcasm and coldness. Yu Ting's scalp went numb. He felt bitter. Why did the Sect of Arts send him such a person to protect him? He was clearly nearing the end of his life and was waiting for death, but she was still hostile. She must have done it on purpose. Yes, the Sect of Arts must have done it on purpose. They were taking revenge on him for threatening them. They couldn't go against Lord Yu Sangtion's orders, so they sent this person over. This woman was even worse than Xianxia. At this moment someone reported, President, there's news from Bai City. How is it? Yu Ting's eyes lit up. He stared at the person and asked anxiously. The person said, there's a great battle in Bai City, but we don't know who attacked. What about the young miss? How is she? Yu Ting knew it was Xianxia. That old man really loved Susu. Did he want Susu to send him off? What a pity. If he didn't want to find a scapegoat, he wouldn't want to sacrifice his daughter. After all, his daughter had Xianxia protecting her sincerely. The person shook his head. There's no news about the young miss. What about Xianxia? Also no news. Then what are you reporting? Go and ask around. If you don't get any news by tomorrow, you'll be dead. Scram. That person ran away with a pale face. He hurriedly went to ask around. Yu Ting's expression was gloomy. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Xianxia was dead, right? Susu should have been captured by the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe she was dead. He shook his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It had nothing to do with him. Everything was done by Susu. He had already explained it to the Chamber of Commerce. The next day Yu Ting didn't get any news. He was furious and killed several people. The outside world thought that he was worried because he couldn't get any news about Yu Susu. No one thought that he was the one who personally sent Yu Susu to the abyss of death. A few days later Yu Ting sat alone in a courtyard. He was in a good mood. No news was the best news. It meant that the Chamber of Commerce had blocked the news. A cup of wine entered his throat. It was spicy and comfortable. Just as Yu Ting was about to pour another cup, the world shook. The wine cup in his hand fell and hit the stone table with a light sound. Beside him, a woman walked out of the void. She looked up with a grave expression. There were masters. The sky of Clear River Domain darkened and then returned to normal. Countless people of Clear River Domain were puzzled. At this moment, the biggest difference was that there were a few more people in the courtyard of Yu Ting. Yu Ting stared blankly at Lu Yin and the others who suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw Yu Susu. Yu Susu was also looking at Yu Ting. She thought that she couldn't face Yu Ting. She didn't know whether it was hatred or sadness. But when she came to Clear River Domain and saw this familiar place, her heart was calm. When she looked at Yu Ting, there was no sadness or hatred in her eyes. There was only calmness. She didn't know when she had seen the true face of this person, but she didn't want to accept it. Now that she saw him again, there was no surprise of being betrayed. There was only an expected ending, nothing more. This familiar yet strange person was her father. There was the sound of flowing water. Yu Ting retracted his gaze and looked to the side. A person was sitting at a stone table pouring wine just like him. This person looked young, but had a kind of bearing that couldn't be looked directly at. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. When did he appear? He was Lu Yin. Beside Yu Ting, the woman stared at Lu Yin. She raised her hand, placed it on Yu Ting's shoulder and slowly pulled him back. Yu Ting got up and slowly retreated. Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. Does distance mean anything to us? The woman stared at Lu Yin. Dayu Manor, third master. Yu Ting's pupils shrank. The third master of Dayu Manor? The invincible third master? In the Battle of the Abyss, he killed Bao Qi, destroyed Heaven's Hand and caused Yi Nan to go missing. Why did he come here? Was it because of Yu Qing? Didn't Yu Susu say that she had explained it clearly? Just before the competition to dispatch the Chamber of Commerce. Right, Yu Susu? He looked up and saw Yu Susu's calm gaze. Lu Yin looked up and looked at the woman. Are you the one sent by the sect of laws to protect Yu Ting? I didn't ask. City Lord Feng. The woman's face was graceful. She looked to be middle-aged, but her aura was as rotten as Xianxian's. It was obvious that she was nearing the end of her life. Xianxian said, I didn't expect you to come. City Lord Feng looked at Xianxian. I didn't want to come, but the myriad scaled armor is on Yu Ting. This person is not worthy of wearing my father's myriad scaled armor. I want to take him back. Xianxian looked at Yu Ting. This person is indeed not worthy. Yu Ting's face was pale and he trembled. Third Master Yu Susushi? Chapter 3554. Lu Yin looked at Yu Ting and smiled. Yu Susu said that Yu Cheng's death has nothing to do with your four-horse enterprise? Yu Ting could no longer think about what had happened in Bai City. He just wanted to send this fiend away. This person had even dared to provoke Yu Xianxia and was an invincible spiritualized being. Even with Castellan Feng here, Yu Ting did not feel safe at all. Nothing, absolutely nothing. If you don't believe me, I can swear that Yu Cheng's death has nothing to do with my four-horse enterprise, Yu Ting hurriedly said. Lu Yin grunted. Yu Susu was also afraid that I wouldn't believe her, so she said that if I didn't believe her, I could let you confront me, so here I am. Yu Ting looked at Yu Susu with resentment. This damned girl had actually harmed him. Don't worry, Third Master. I will definitely investigate Yu Cheng's death, but this has absolutely nothing to do with me. Lu Yin poured another cup of wine. It seems like this really has nothing to do with you. I won't implicate the innocent, so let's put this matter aside for now. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Yu Ting's heart skipped a beat and he did not even dare to breathe. He bowed slightly with a respectful expression. This person in front of him was much more terrifying than the main Chamber of Commerce or the School of Arts. The Seven Powers would not do anything to him since he had Yu Xianxia behind him, but this person was different. Dayu Villa had been trying to overthrow Yu Xianxia in the name of violating the rules, and this person did not care about his own life at all. I admire you. Lu Yin beamed as he looked at Yu Ting, his words leaving the latter at a loss. Yu Ting was stunned. Castellan Feng stared at Lu Yin in a daze, not understanding what he was saying. You've been careful at every step and you even let your daughter die in your place. Once you've achieved your goal, you immediately abandoned her without any hesitation. Yu Ting, you're very suitable for the cultivation world, Lu Yin praised. Yu Ting paled and his body was shielded behind Castellan Feng. Castellan Feng stared at Lu Yin. Third Master, this has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. I'm talking to Yu Ting. What does it have to do with you? Shut up. Wine dripped from his hand and with a sweep of his index finger, a drop shot towards Castellan Feng. It was not very fast, but the void froze. A drop of wine like a woof-woof. Castellan Feng could have dodged it, but she did not. She could not even block it, then how could she protect Yu Ting? Even if she did not want to protect him. He raised his hand and grabbed the drop of wine. City Master Feng's eyes were cold. She exerted strength in her legs and crushed the ground beneath her feet, causing the four-horse commerce station to instantly shatter. Yu Ting was sent flying by an invisible force, smashing into the ground and vomiting blood. Lu Yin flicked his index finger again and drops of wine shot towards Feng Qingxin. Duke Feng's eyes narrowed. Around her, sequence particles appeared and continuously covered her arm. The ninth sequence technique. Infinite strength. She also walked the path of strength and cultivated the sequence of infinite strength. He was also a spiritual molt in beast form. I'll return it to you. Castellan Feng swung her palm at Lu Yin, the wine swirling in her palm. Lu Yin remained seated, raised his left palm and struck out. The palms of the two people did not collide. They were very close to each other and between them was the swaying wine. The terrifying power spread along the wine, surging into the sky and shaking the starry sky. With clear river domain as the center, it spread in all directions as if it was embellished in the starry sky. In the clear river domain, the hearts of countless people tightened, and they found it difficult to breathe. Looking up, they saw a power that was visible to the naked eye. Crack the ground beneath Duke Feng's feet cracked again, and the sequence particles continued to spread. The infinite strength increased as it clashed with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body was stable, and he poured wine with his right hand while the fingers of his left hand slowly bent. Even Duke Feng's fingers were bent, and a huge force continued to suppress the sequence particles. Infinite strength was the power of sequence laws, and it had to be said that Duke Feng's strength was increasing. She was originally a spiritual molt in beast form, and her body could withstand it. Lu Yin's arms spread with battle force and his body withered. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. His bent fingers crushed the sequence particles, causing Duke Feng's hand to clench into a fist. Scales spread out from her body and her body constantly changed. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was released, and the infinite strength circulated. There was a boom and the wine between the two was scattered. Lu Yin grabbed Duke Feng's fist, and it was incomparably hard to crush. The defense of the scales was comparable to the great golden wing. Suddenly, the scales converged into a sword that stabbed towards Lu Yin. The two were very close, and Duke Feng had found the perfect opportunity to attack. 10,000 scales sword? Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and in front of him, a lonely figure sitting on a mountain peak appeared in the starry sky of his heart. Cold Mountain Shadow Scroll 16. The lonely figure pointed at the 10,000 scales sword. The 10,000 scales sword stopped in front of Lu Yin restrained. Duke Feng was shocked. How was this possible? At that moment Lu Yin's arm hurt, and Duke Feng's entire body was pressed down. Duke Feng's body was unable to bear the weight. Her 10,000 scales armor turned into the 10,000 scales sword, and the infinite strength sequence particles were dispersed. Unable to bear it any longer, she fell to one knee. The 10,000 scales sword trembled, and Scroll 16's Cold Mountain Shadow gradually shattered. The 10,000 scales sword also fell along with Scroll 16, landing on the stone table with a soft sound. It was clearly incomparably hard but surprisingly light. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and his left hand continued to press down on Duke Feng while his right hand poured a cup of wine. He took a sip, put the cup down, and picked up the 10,000 scales sword to examine it. Good stuff, it can be both an armor and a sword. That move just now wasn't bad. Suppressing Duke Feng with a single hand, Yu Ting's mind went blank. He knew that the third master was strong, undefeatable, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. That was Duke Feng, a spirit prime powerhouse who had fought for Xianxia's position a long time ago. She was one of the top powerhouses in the myriad beast border, and was once one of the great mountain lords. But she was suppressed with a single hand. Not just Yu Ting, even old Tao and the rest were shocked. Every time they saw Lu Yin in action they felt a sense of shock. Even if they had seen the Battle of Abyss with their own eyes, they still could not suppress their shock. As for Yu Susu, Yi Yener and the rest, they were even more shocked. After all, Lu Yin had not fought with Yishang and the rest in Bai City, and this was the first time they had seen Lu Yin's strength. Yu Susu was clear that those who could protect her father were all top powerhouses at the end of their lifespans, such as her master Xianxian. If Lu Yin could suppress Duke Feng with a single hand, then he could also suppress Xianxian with a single hand. Xianxian was bitter. How did this junior cultivate? Bai City blocked Zhang Ming and Sang Tian's flying knife, which made Zhang Ming, Yishang and the rest fearful. Now he could see clearly that this person's strength was not below Wu Huang's. Wu Huang had created a record of fighting 3 Sang Tian without losing, so this person should be able to do the same. Duke Feng's eyes flickered, her strength was suppressed, and she had not experienced this kind of pain for a long time. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin played with the 1,000 scales sword and said faintly, "Yu Ting, you are really suitable to be a cultivator. The world of cultivation is full of deception and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, there is one thing you don't know." He slowly turned his head and looked at Yu Ting with a cold gaze. The world of cultivation exists because of people. As long as you are a human, you have a bottom line. As long as you are a human, you should have kinship and affection for yourself and for others. If you rely on deception to survive, You can only survive in the world of cultivation. Yu Ting's mind went blank, his body went soft, he subconsciously knelt down and begged. Third head, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have sent Susu to her death, I shouldn't have given up on Susu, I really shouldn't have, I was wrong. Yu Susu closed her eyes, she realized that she did not even have the urge to cry. Lu Yin looked at the thousand scales sword. Was he saying this for Yu Ting? Of course not. This person was not worthy of his words. He did not know who he was saying it for, but he said it anyway. Duke Feng's left hand was powerless. Lu Yin released his hand. This person is under my protection, but I can't protect him, so let the 3 clans deal with him accordingly. Duke Feng said and looked at the thousand scales sword. But I have a request, I hope third head can agree to it. Lu Yin was cold. What right do you have to ask me? Duke Feng wanted to say something, but she did not. You did not have any killing intent when you used the thousand scales sword just now. On account of this, speak. Lu Yin said indifferently. Duke Feng sighed and looked at Yu Ting. This person's thousand scales armor came from my father. This person is not worthy of wearing my father's armor. Please take it away. No matter who it is given to, it should not be on this person. Yu Ting did not dare to say a word, he just kept begging. Take it yourself. Duke Feng sighed and slowly got up, her right arm was completely powerless. The contest of strength just now was unforgettable. She walked step by step towards Yu Ting and removed the armor from his body. Duke Feng looked at it with nostalgia, then walked to Lu Yin and handed it over. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony. The thousand scales sword in his hand came from Duke Feng and could also form the thousand scales armor, but the armor in front of him was obviously tougher. Your father is a Ku adept? Yes. Good stuff. Lu Yin put it away. Duke Feng silently watched Lu Yin put it away. She hoped that this person would be able to wear it. Only he was worthy of wearing it. That's right. Lu Yin looked at Duke Feng. You said that this matter has nothing to do with me. It is the 4-horse trading firm's own matter. You are right. Come over. Not far away, Yu Susu slowly walked over. Duke Feng looked at Yu Susu. She was Yu Ting's daughter, the abandoned child that even she felt pity for. Yu Susu walked behind Lu Yin and her gaze landed on Yu Ting. Yu Ting looked at her expectantly and begged. Susu, father did not do it on purpose. It is all father's fault. Everything is father's fault. But this is for the 4-horse trading firm, for the Yu family. Susu, please forgive me. Forgive father, Susu. Lu Yin continued to pour wine. You decide. Yu Ting's begging became even more sorrowful when he heard Lu Yin's words. He had never thought that the life he had planned for his daughter, abandoning her in exchange for a beautiful life, would be reversed so quickly. The one who would decide his life was still his own daughter. Why was it like this? At this moment Yu Ting could not think too much, he could only continue to plead.